Hey, we're live, everybody. Welcome. It's Sunday. Did everybody have a great Christmas? I did. Mine was pretty good. I went out and gave out lots of presents. I ate some cookies, drank some milk, and I gained more weight. And I got this cool Dallas shirt. Anyway, it's Sunday, and I'm live on my Facebook group, my Facebook page, and on YouTube. And hopefully everybody shared the link, and we're going to have a lot of great people today, and we'll be streaming anywhere from 2 to 4 hours. So let me bring in some people here, and then we'll say hi to everybody in chat. Hey, Matt, how you doing? Hello, James. Auto drop. Hey, guys.
Hey,
how's
how are you?
doing?
Yeah, I don't know about that Dallas shirt.
Yeah. This was a Christmas present. My mother-in-law paid like $60 for it. It's an official. That would have bought a lot of T-shirts because I'm a T-shirt kind of guy. And they come on in a half hour, and I'm gonna miss it because I'm live streaming, which is fine. They're gonna lose anyway because they're terrible this year. Anyway, hey, James, nice to meet you. How you been?
Yeah, not too bad, man. Not too bad. I'm living the dream in lockdown. So,
let me say hi to a few people in chat. Let's see. Daniel Hubbard, he'll be right back. Hello. Matt is here. Richard Pryor, hello. How you doing? TK 3D Prints. Kenny Briggs. Hello, everybody. And as we go on, we'll get more people. Anyway, yeah, Matt, you're on with me every week. Auto Drop, you've been on quite a bit. We have a new person here, James, Honey Badger, and I'm going to full screen him for a minute. And if you could, tell us a little bit about yourself.
yes, so me and my friend Mike started 3D printing about 6-7 years ago. Started our channel about a year ago. Still pretty small, about 600 people follow us. But yeah, we do sort of various models that all end up being way bigger than we initially planned. So you can see in the background, I've got sort of Michael Valera statues, and we've got Weapon X's and all sorts of stuff. My wife made me build an extra house at the bottom of the garden to exile me from the home, and she has a lot of very vocal opinions about the number of things I keep bringing into the house and trying to sneak into the dining room, which being received very poorly.
Yeah, I seen on Facebook recently you guys did that rig from Mad Max. It's like 6 foot long. That is an awesome model.
Yes, so it's just over 6 foot long, and then about a week and a half later, they decided they were going to release the fuel pod as well. It's now about 7 feet long, all in.
Wow.
Really just a monument to reasons why Mike's wife's leaving, to be honest, because it's completely useless. It takes up an absolute insane amount of space.
So cool. Daniel Hubbard, thank you very much for the $5. You're awesome. Thank you very much. So
yeah,
anyway.
a lot of big prints actually. I mean, so we did our first big one with Terran Battleproof from StarCraft. And that was
The audio is kind of skipping a little bit. Is it just good for me?
Probably me. Hold on 1 second.
Where you at? You're in the UK?
Yeah. Hence why we're in sort of complete lockdown at the moment. And then
wow. Yeah, I've been seeing all that on the news. Hey, Liam, how you doing?
Hey, Jerry, how's life? Hey, man.
So, yeah. I hope everybody had a great Christmas. I hope Santa brought you everything you wanted. And if not, go out and buy it yourself.
That's how we have to do it, you know? Well, no, my Christmas gift is sitting in U.S. Customs right now.
Oh, no.
I'm waiting on it to clear customs. It's the JG Maker Artist D IDEX printer.
Oh, cool.
So that's sitting in U.S. Customs.
It should be there a week, probably. I think I got something one time from overseas and sat there for a week, and I kept checking.
Oh, no. I got it in September of August of this year. I ordered an astronomy camera that I use because I have an all-sky camera watching the night sky all night long. Mm-hmm. So I have an all-sky camera under a dome in my backyard, and that's set for 6 weeks in U.S. Customs. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be 6 weeks now because we're really in a deep lockdown back then. So hopefully it'll be maybe 2 to 3 weeks before they release it.
Is it in Chicago? Because once it goes to Chicago, you're doomed.
No. It's in California in customs, but It's not just mine. It's about they shipped out 200 of the first machines, and they broke them into 3 batches because if one batch gets stuck on a container with some other product, it's going to sit there till the whole container's released. That's how it works, right? So if you ship something and it comes from overseas and it's in a container with other products, which it would be, right? If it's a small item, it sits in that container. And if one item has questionable documentation, the whole container is on hold until they solve that. So they don't break it down until the whole container is released. So, hopefully there's most of a container, if not half container, that they've shipped. And they broke into 3 batches, so at least one batch will get through faster than the others. And that batch is already through. So, or it's in customs, so now it has to clear them. It'll take a week or two, hopefully, and then it'll be put on a I don't know. It won't go on a truck somewhere and be delivered. At that point, I will get my shipping number. I won't get a shipping number until that happens.
Okay.
But I know where it is because the guys at JG Maker told me. They said it's sitting in a warehouse right now. Or
Mike with AutoDrop, what have you been up to? What's going on?
Well, we've been doing a whole bunch more belt testing. We've had a couple other different models of belt printers actually hooked up successfully to the system. So we have one of the CR30s. One of the testers was able to hook that up, and it's working. And somebody else with, if you're familiar with the Piper printers, they're the ones that are made out of like the electrical conduit. There's a belt variation of that, which is working. So that's awesome. Besides that, not much, just kind of surviving the lockdown.
Yeah, I used to be a member of their group, and Matt from ItMom, In the Mind of Matt, he was doing one a while back. He had worked on one, and then he got into quadcopters and racing and things like that real heavily. Jay, are you from London? TK was wondering, are you from London?
Just outside. So basically London. Yeah, I just like to pretend I'm not for tax reasons.
All right.
I'm from the Midlands.
Okay.
What part outside London?
So I'm Essex.
Okay.
And we like
Essex,
to
posh
pretend
area.
that we're not. Very. We're also the ones who've got like the super spreader virus.
So are you in a big city or a little town? Because when I see things from the UK on TV, everything is like a little countryside everywhere. Then you got the big giant cities, but
yeah, we've only got like 6 cities, which is less than Texas. So rather, yeah. So Southend is a relatively small. Well, yeah, it's a relatively small town. Especially if you came over, it would be incredibly disappointing. It's just a lot of really unemployed young people walking around disappointing their parents.
Oh no,
Matt, what have you been up to, Matt?
Well, I've been up to a little bit. Almost finished with my project for the charity project. Changes, and I'm on my last 6 lithophane to make, and hopefully so far all the replies what I got back from the authors, etc., they're all really like, yeah, we're happy, and we like what you're creating. Can you create something else for us too? And so yeah, it looks like it's starting out pretty well, and some of those people are well-known writers too by themselves, or small little writers, some of them. And they're a mixed group of writers, and they come to this book club at Changes, and yeah, they basically show off their book, etc., and they give person with mentally ill health, especially in lockdown, something to do, and that's why I'm doing the charity work for the charity and doing the lithophane for them as a thank you for coming to the meeting. So
Yeah, sometimes after the fact, these videos, when they're back up on YouTube, it doesn't always show the chat. I set it so it will. It doesn't always. That's why I try to always show the comments on screen. So if you're watching this at a later date, you'll know what was going on, as far as chat-wise.
yeah, hopefully, yeah. Go ahead.
Andrew, if you'd like to pop in, you're welcome. James, do you know Andrew? Or just online?
No.
Okay. Yeah, Andrew pops into a lot of hangouts, and he was one of my guests here a while back. I had him on as a guest.
I don't think your audio is working just there, James. Try again.
Tell me one.
No,
Is that better?
no, that's worse.
Oh.
Yeah, I bought for Christmas. I got a giant pile of different assorted beef jerkies and dried meat products, and it's just excellent.
Nice. I like beef jerky. I miss it. You can't get really good beef jerky over here in England. I mean, I tried.
Make
it.
your own. You can make
Yeah,
your
I
own in the oven.
I know.
Or
No,
just
I'm
with a
lazy for it.
fan.
Well, yeah, you could, but hey, do you have a food dehydrator for your filament? You could use that to make jerky.
I know. I know.
Throw it on your print bed in an enclosure might work too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Here,
Or, James, you're muted.
Yeah, there we go. Is it better
There.
on?
Yeah, you're back.
if you guys see my video that I released a couple days ago, it's 10 minutes long. I went over to my friend Walter's house, and there was a reason why I went over there. It's because he wanted to sell me one of his printers. And here's what I picked up: the CR10 Max.
Nice.
470 by 470. Yeah, they're $1,000 brand new. He bought this new a while back, a few years ago. And for some unknown reason, he took a lot of the cool parts off of it and he put it on his CR10 S5. So I have this printer with, here's some of the parts, and here's some of the parts, and here's a box of parts.
But they're easy to assemble. The CR10s are simple to assemble.
So I need to do a lot of things to it. And I'm going to do the firmware on one of the boards for Big Tree Tech boards for him. And then I'm going to trade him back for the original control box that went for this printer that goes up underneath it. Because I want to keep it as stock as possible and only mod a few things. I don't want to totally revamp the whole thing. But yeah, for $300, come on. I got Christmas money from my son. He gave me $200, and that like, hey, I just invested in another printer I don't need. But it's an awesome printer. This thing is huge.
It is. It's a massive build area. Yeah.
My Hypercube is 400 by 400 by 500, and this is 450, which is actually 470. So it's great. Can't go wrong.
It's 450 print, but it's 470 bed size.
When I measure, yes.
But if you go into there's a JSON file that controls that. You can go in and remove the brim, so it actually gives you the full build surface.
Yeah, but like with any printer, very rarely do you ever get that close to an edge, unless you're doing a helmet. And on a CR10, sometimes you're kind of finagle it and figuring how can I make this fit. So, and then from Nico Industries, my wife said that her sister's son, I forget what that relation would be to me, wanted the Mandalorian help for his office. He works for Google. So I'm reprinting my Mandalorian helmet, and here it is sitting in S3D. I let the slicer do all the supports, and then I spent an hour taking out all the ones I didn't want, and then the program locked up on me. It's like, oh shit. So then I went in, I just put them in manually.
Jerry, if you're going to sand that, right? If you're going to sand the outside of it to smoothen it out, are you planning to sand it?
I'll probably do it with wet and dry sand. If it prints nice enough, I don't have to do any work to it. We'll have to wait and see.
What I was going to suggest is to eliminate most of the supports, flip it upside down and print it upside down.
Yeah, I've done that before.
Sanding the outside is easy.
Yeah, I don't like the damage that I get from the supports. So I usually go upright and I just remove them, because any helmet that's dome shaped, you don't need supports on the dome. You'll have very minor damage in the very top. It's almost nothing that you can sand out or put a piece of foam in for your head, whatever.
Yeah.
But on my Hypercube, I had a layer shift overnight, and I woke up this morning and I had a layer shift. Oh, I don't know. About an inch up, I had a layer shift. So it went in the garbage. I had to take it off. And on Jim's live stream, about a month ago, I won a spool of Coax 3D filament. And it's this blue. It's kind of like blue. Really beautiful filament. But I didn't, I printed helmets before, completed them, and then I broke it at the layer shift and re-glued it and sanded it and puttied it. This is going to be a present. I want it to be perfect, so I just restarted the print. But why it screwed up, I don't know. I haven't had any layer shifts before in my Hypercube, but hopefully it doesn't do it again. But yeah, it's a real pretty filament from Coax 3D.
Nice.
My first time trying them.
Yeah, no, I like to print them upside down. That way the inside of them is perfect. And because you're going to be sanding and smoothing the outside anyway, you're going to be sanding it and filling it and sanding it and sanding it and sanding it some more. So if you want to get a really nice, shiny, smooth finish on it, then who cares about the outside being a little bit rough, because you're going to be smoothing it out anyway. So
Let me go back to my. Yeah, I've had a couple of them that I have turned them upside down, and I just, I usually go right side up.
Yeah, well, the best sander to use is not the rotating one; it's the vibration sanders.
Yeah, because
They don't create the heat as much.
Yeah, you'll burn the plastic.
Yeah, so use a vibrating sander, and then you get over it, and you can get it nice and smooth for the first coat. Then filler primer, and then just tackle it with the different grades.
Hello, Marcus. How you doing? The person watching on Facebook, if you go back and find my original post for this stream, it'll have a line you can click on. It says StreamYard/Facebook. If you click on that and accept it, we'll see your name. Right before I go live, I found out that Facebook reposts the stream, and that little box isn't up there. So just scroll down to you see the other post. So anyway, Marcus, how you doing? So James, what else you got going on? What did you get for Christmas? What have you been working on? What have you been up to?
So Christmas brought me a creativity elf, which is sort of fitting in just underneath there, which is one of the new, well, say a new Core XY. It's not a new Core XY at all. It's a Sapphire Pro that they've slapped a new badge on. But that's kind of cool. It's a bit different. I don't have any other Core XYs. And then we've just got so many projects on the go. So I've got Michael Keaton Batmobile. We've got an AT8. We've got an ATAT that we're working on at the moment that we're trying to sort of blow up as well, like a flame effect inside. One of the bigger ones is this, which is a so it's an Ender 3. Mm-hmm. And it's got a system by 3DQ on it, and basically you run a Raspberry Pi off of it, and it automatically knocks the print off at the end.
Oh yeah.
And you can continuously print.
Hey, wait a second. I am interested in this.
Yes, I thought you would be.
All that is if Y moves back, the Z comes down, the Y moves back, and it knocks it off. Yeah.
Essentially, yeah. So,
okay, so it's not like 100% reliable for all prints. It's only for if it's tall enough to hit the.
It depends on the height of your print, and it depends on your bed adhesion. If it goes cold and your part releases to really releases, then it's great. If your part sticks, it won't work because all it'll do is crash into it and damage your part.
So this system comes with a replacement bed sheet. That isn't PIE, it isn't, it's nothing else that I've seen. It's a type of plastic, I don't know what. You cannot use any adhesion agents on it at all. But when it's hot, I haven't had a single bed adhesion issue once it's hot at all. And I've printed PETG, ABS, PLA Plus, a bunch of other stuff as well. The tool head goes all the way down to pretty much 0. And then does a sweeping pattern at the end once the bed has cooled and the print just releases. So we've done sort of little benchy boats and things to begin with, and then we're gonna the next sort of step is to do some larger files. But so far,
hey, if you want to monetize that printer, let me know, because we have a cloud system which queues and automatically starts printing and all that.
So 3DQ are already a company. It's not something that I'm reviewing it for them. I think they started as a Kickstarter, but they've shipped models out already. Basically, the kit is just it's the Raspberry Pi program, but not the Pi. It's the bed sheet that you put on, and then it's some aluminium extrusions and some 3D brackets to raise it to 45, so that when it does the sweeping motion, it actually knocks the print off, and gravity does a bit of work for you as well. The UI is pretty good, but it's not quite there yet for the sort of 3D print farm.
I've seen a video on YouTube where somebody took Prusa Mini, and it was all done in G code. The bed moved out of the way, it rolled the print off, went back in place, started the next print, and that
yeah, he puts a belt on the bed.
Yeah,
I've seen that. That's kind of cool. Now that would, to me, that type of design makes 10 times more sense to me in most cases for most users than the 3D print mill. And the reason why is 4 smaller printers who can print normal XYZ and then dump the part off and then print again can actually produce more at a lower cost than it can for a than the belt printer. So
they've had 5 of these machines running for 1,000 hours straight, and they had a 99% uptime.
Yeah.
Only thing they had was they had one clogged nozzle that they had to go in and have manual intervention for.
James, do you know Mike from AutoDrop next to you? Are you familiar with him?
I know AutoDrop.
Okay.
We haven't
Also, you're familiar with what his company does. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, James, if you have dual monitors and you would like to share your screen to show any pictures or anything, you're welcome to do it. If you want to bring anything and up to the screen to show prints or things, you're very welcome to do that. So.
Yeah, I mean, so we've got Michael Keaton Batmobile, which is sort of half finished at the moment. This has got, so this one, you actually compress the sides and little machine guns pop out and all of that stuff. It's one of the new GAN body models. And then,
Nice.
God help me if I want to try and bring anything else down. Everything else is, let's see if I can move the webcam instead. So everything else, I've had to sort of start bolting stuff to my ceiling to try and fit it all in, because I very quickly ran out of shelf space. But yeah, the office is getting quite full. And then Mike's converted his whole garage, and that's also full.
Where is the war rig located?
So the war rig's at Mike's. That runs the entire span of the back of his garage. So,
Can you shoot me a picture or in private chat if you can, or show it. If you want to share your screen, you can just do that. You have an option in StreamYard. You can share your screen if you want to show that off to everybody. But that's just an awesome model.
Yeah,
beautiful work. Wonderful work.
Mike did a lot of work on that. It was the weathering that really made that look as good as it did, I think.
I've been seeing a few people lately that have been putting a rust process on their model with Activator, and I just ordered some off of Amazon. So I got a few models, like my Ghostbuster car. I'm printing it 3 foot long at 250%, and I want to rust parts of it and not make it all clean. So I ordered that rust process. I'm waiting to get it in the mail and try it out.
Yeah, we used the Green Stuff World one, and actually, I'm really impressed with the Green Stuff World things. They're a lot better than I was expecting them to be honest. Same with Mike. Just finished a tree beard that was just massive. Again, it was like, well, I say massive. I mean, it was like about 3.5 foot tall. And again, he used a lot of the Green Stuff World.
Have you tried that, the rusting process? How does that work? How do you apply it?
So it's multiple stages. So you sort of apply a oh, here we go. I can get a picture of that. So you can apply the first stage, and then the second stage almost oxidizes it. It's almost like a rust powder. It's almost like an iron powder that you put on, and then the second stage activates it. That's not the process that Mike used for this one. He just layered paints. But
yeah, Marcus, I'm not talking about a rust wash. I've used that for years. This is like a rusting process that actually looks like it's rusted. It's, multiple chemicals.
Oh, okay. So, bear me 1 second. So this one. There we go. So that's the war rig.
Oh wow, that looks
And
nice.
that ended up
Awesome.
that ended up massive.
Very, very awesome.
Yeah, definitely one of the bigger ones that we did.
Do the wheels roll or are they stationary?
No, the wheels roll. So the guy who designed it, he built it with bearings in the 3D printed bearings in the wheels and everything. The steering rack works. All the doors open and all of that stuff. Yeah, it was a fun model to do. It was a little different than some of the stuff. We don't do a lot of vehicles. We tend to do a lot of character stuff. So we've got giant Wolverines and aliens and a bunch of Marvel stuff and things like that. And that tends to be what we end up doing. So doing vehicles was a little bit of a change. Some interesting textures and things to do.
Yeah, the Ghostbuster car. I'm slowly working on it, but anybody that's followed me, they know that I tinker with a project and I move on to something else. And I bounce around a lot. And I eventually get back to the project A, project B.
It's why we keep asking Jerry, how's the Ghostbuster project going? Because that reminds me to keep going on it.
Well, you can ask me, how's the CNC in the garage coming? Last May.
I won't go there.
I haven't. My wife, we left for Florida, and it was starting to get hot out. I said, "Yeah, I don't want to go out here and work on this no more. All I have to do is the firmware, and I can start cutting in wood. It's got a nice on it. I just got to do the firmware. That's it."
Make it happen.
Jerry, remember one thing. You brought that up, so when Betty gives you a hard time, it's your fault. None of us mentioned it.
Yeah, James, Betty Boop in chat is my wife. She's in another room, and she gets her cell phone out and watches my live streams and occasionally makes comments. So she should be Betty Boop 46 instead of 45. She had a birthday. So
I make a point to never include my wife in any of this because she just makes hurtful comments. So I just I try to just exclude her.
Every time I walk in the room to talk, she's like, "I don't want to talk to you. You're just going to talk about 3D printing. I don't want to talk to you." Well, yeah, it's usually 3D printing related.
But wait a second. She streams it, so she gets to hear you talk about 3D printing.
Yeah,
but in another room.
True. Yeah. Or I'll say, "No, I'm going to talk about the laser." Well, that's 3D printing. No, I'm going to talk about my laser. So.
Yeah, no, none of mine are interested in it. So,
hello, non-fam. How you doing? Amanda.
We're still waiting on non-fam to get the camera.
Travis. Anybody would like to drop in? Here's the link. I'll post it again. About a month ago, my wife said, "Hey, why don't you grow your beard back?" And I don't like look. I'm 56. With a beard, I look older, and obviously, no one likes looking older. But I figured I'll let it grow back, and I'll look like Santa again. So in about a month, it'll be real full, and I'll look like Santa.
It doesn't look bad at all.
So yeah, it'll get there. I just got to keep it short. I don't want it hanging down or nothing. I can always keep it trimmed short, but I'll go ahead and grow it back out. So, and people can say, "Yeah, the bald-headed guy with the white Santa face, that guy." So, yeah. Anybody want to talk about anything? Anybody has any questions? You're welcome to bring it up. Eventually, more people will drop in. But when we get like 9 to 10 people, sometimes it's hard to talk, but there's so many people on screen, and if that happens and you want something to say, if I don't realize you're trying to show something, hold your hand up, and I'll throw you up in the left corner where I have James, and then I can full screen you real easy.
So, Mike, how are you finding the belt printers? Like, are you actually find them as useful as they claim to be, or?
I don't mind them at all. So we had our own auto ejector, which did ejection on Delta style machines. Mm-hmm. But the belts, you can print weirder stuff without support, which is kind of interesting. And you know what? I really do like the belt adhesion, right? Because it's the one I have, I think it's a nylon belt, and like the plastic actually kind of grips into the belt. But I really like that.
Isn't that good and bad, though? It's good for belt adhesion, but not taking it off on the other end is going to remove some of the belt with it.
And it doesn't remove any of the belt with it. But like I always print on a raft, whether it's 2 layers thick or 5 layers thick, whatever it is, because I don't want to ever damage the part that's being auto ejected. And it's a small price to pay if you have that automation.
So, since it's a nylon-based belt, what are the material limitations that you can actually print? Like, have you printed PETG on it?
No, I've just been printing PLA. PLA's been working great.
Yeah, but PLA is the easiest one to print. I'm just wondering, PETG sticks so well. I worry about PETG trying to do ABS, trying to do nylons and so on. Like do you have any of the belt printers? Do you have any of the belt printers coming to you? No, I wasn't lucky enough to be selected for those. I do a lot of others. Like I said, I have the Artist D. I have the X40 from Guido coming, which is another IDEX printer. I have the P2 Pro coming from MakerPi. I probably have their P3 coming from MakerPi as well once they finish the design on this. But I never got selected for any of the belts. But like My issue is if you're doing PLA, fine, but production, real use case parts are not going to be PLA. Most cases are going to be.
There's a variety of filaments that you can print with it. It has a heated bed.
I know that, yeah.
And, it is easy enough to put it in an enclosed space that's long enough, because that's the thing, right? Because you can print out really long stuff.
Yeah, but you could actually have an opening at the end of a tent where the inside is enclosed and there's a hole that comes out.
You can have like a little curtain thing which kind of slides out underneath them.
But it's not that. I'm talking about bed adhesion. If you put PETG on that, it will stick to that like super glue. Because
all I know is that
the use a decent release agent on that. So the same as if you print PETG on glass.
You can though.
The thing is I've seen some videos of people printing PETG on this exact model, because there's a group and there's people who are constantly posting about it because everybody's tweaking their profiles and getting it to like perfect. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't seeing any major issues, and people were printing relatively wide stuff. This isn't, it's not stuff that would be easy to peel.
Mm. Well, I'd like to see it. I'd like to see the outcome of somebody who actually has done it. What do they do? And you must have talked about. And you were saying there about James about bed adhesion, about putting down a release agent. The problem there is how are you going to do that if you're printing multiple parts over and over and over? So
far I've had. I'm in the early stage of testing this.
You have a belt?
I get what you mean. Actually, no, I see.
On a belt,
if you're on the belt and you have to have a release agent,
going over and over,
doesn't it?
It's already dry and it's been peeled off by the previous piece because it's going to be printing in the same area across the bed.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
After every 10 or 15 prints, you might have to re-wipe it or something.
Yeah.
Remember to do that.
The whole purpose is to try and maintain a high level of uptime so that you can
how you doing?
That high volume. So I suppose if you're having to do that human interaction I'm not saying that you have to use a release.
Yeah.
I don't know that you do. It's
just that's why I'm asking. I don't know the answer to that.
To see how nylon did.
We've messed around. We've messed around with several different build surfaces for doing automated stuff like that, where you use the head to clear the bed. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, there's two problems with that, right? The first problem is getting the bed perfectly level every time, all the time, reliably. Mm-hmm. And the second issue is just whether or not stuff is going to continue to stick to it after 50 prints or 20 prints or whatever, because it's weird. There are some materials that will self-release when they cool, but you have to have your head so close to it, dead nuts, every time you start the print. If it's not, the thing just pops off by itself.
Well, on a mirror with glue stick, I got to get down to 42C and then it releases. But then again,
Yeah,
you can print on glass.
But I do a lot. Most of my printing is on glass, and what you do is for the bed springs, you replace the bed springs on a normal Cartesian printer. Replace the bed springs with the silicone grommets, right? So your level doesn't really change, and use ABL to adjust for the curvature of the bed. So each time it starts a new print, it shouldn't really have to relearn anyway, because as long as you don't have to do a shutdown or do a wipe, it will actually just maintain your matrix of your bed, right? Of any deviations on the matrix of the bed. But if you power off the printer and power on, that's gone, right? Unless you store it.
Exactly. And that becomes a problem for an end user who's not like a professional print farm manager. As a professional print farm manager, you know how to level that thing and to put in all that stuff at the beginning before putting it back onto your network.
Not if you have an ABL, because you can actually, when your first print starts, it can actually build a matrix of the bed, and then it just uses that while the power is on. When the power goes off, it loses that, and you have to restart it again. Or you could do manual bed meshing, and it's permanent because you store it in memory.
Yeah, somebody asked me a question yesterday, and I just want to clarify for everybody. It doesn't matter how big or how small you are, whether you have a channel or you don't. If you're in the hobby and 3D printing, everybody's always welcome on my live streams. we're all here to help each other for whatever reason, and it doesn't matter. Everybody is always welcome. If you just got a new printer and you want to know some information or you want to be on camera, it doesn't matter. Everybody's always welcome to pop in and hang out. And I'm always here to help you. You can always PM me, get a hold of me, or the same with probably everybody here. We're all here to help each other within reason. I got to say within reason, because there are those extreme cases where, sometimes, you can only do so much. But that's and then someone else
let me in here,
Someone else DM me about Thingiverse. They're wondering, they said, how much do I have to modify a model on Thingiverse so I can sell it and call it my own? I said, well, there's no amount of modeling you can do. On Thingiverse, you can take, let's say, a functional print, and I can mod it, and I can re-release that on Thingiverse, but I have to list the designers, and I forget what the process is called, but you can mod prints and re-release them. At no point can I ever take somebody else's print, model it, and say it's mine and start selling it unless I design it 100%. Now, if I was to get a hold of the designer and work something out with him, well, that's a totally different story and a scenario. But not at any time can you take a free model, make a bunch of changes, and say, here, this is my print. No, it's not. It's his. It's still his, and you modded it. You can only release that for free on Thingiverse, listing him as the original designer. And I forget what the process is called. There's a name for that when you remod something, but you can never sell it and say it's your own.
Yeah, in Thingiverse, when you load up a model, if it's a model somebody else's, you put it up as a remix.
Yeah,
and that actually links back to the original product.
That's the word remix that I was looking for. But
it's interesting. I think it was on 3D Printing UK on Facebook. Someone was asking what the legality is of printing off a Marvel model, a Hulk or an Iron Man or whatever, and then selling that finished model on Etsy or wherever. And I said, well, you've got two questions. What's legal and what can you get away with? Because what's legal, you can't reproduce anything that Marvel do without Marvel's permission. That's the big one end of it. They own the IP.
Two things. It has to be called fan art, and it's got to be like 30 or 35% different from the original work. That's why when all you guys print things, you're like, wow, I can't find a picture exactly like my model for the paint scheme. It's because it's not exactly like it. It's similar. But depending on the country you're in, it's usually like 30 to 35% different with a lot of the designers that I've got things from in the past. And then you have to call it fan art. And then no matter what it is, if it's a Disney creation, Disney will come after you and say cease and desist. That's what Disney does. So it all depends what it is, where you're doing it, things that I print. I've got hundreds of models I printed over the last 4 years. Each and every one of these, I hope to either give away or sell one of these days. But this is going to be one here, one there. It's not going to be, I'm not going to mass produce anything. And then
when is it that Mickey Mouse actually enters the public domain? Because that
never will.
Soon.
Yeah, it's like people go to Disneyland, they take their camera and they take a picture of something and they 3D scan it and make it, and Disney throws their hands up. Well, I just took a picture. That's mine. So, yeah, it's kind of a gray area. If you're making money at it, then it becomes a problem. So,
I don't think
caution and always ask questions. And if a designer made it, always PM them or email them and work it out. Go ahead, Liam.
No, I was going to say, Mike, I don't think Mickey Mouse will ever become public domain.
Why not?
The way they have written the contract and the way they have it actually locked down, because they have some of the best corporate lawyers and copyright lawyers you could ever possibly imagine. They have it locked down so well that nobody can replicate their data without paying royalties.
Yeah, totally change it and call him Big Ears. I mean, something.
Okay, so wait a second. 2024 is when the next spot for that to come into the public domain. Okay, because the United States has that author, the plus 70 years or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So that's when Mickey Mouse can enter the public domain.
That's
now,
when
we're not very able to bribe enough congressmen.
That's when the very old version of Mickey Mouse, not what we see as Mickey Mouse.
Steamboat Willie.
Hey, that's fine.
Steamboat Willie.
As long as it's
Steamboat
based
Willie,
on that.
Hello, Daniel. Thank you. I'm glad you could join us.
But I'm sure.
No.
Hey
Got a
guys,
guy
I need to
running
go
behind.
for a little while.
Okay, Dan.
I need to
Matt.
go.
All
All right. Take care, Matt. Bye-bye.
But Mike, I'm sure. But when it does happen, because they own the rights to it, not only copyright, but they actually own the rights.
Well,
to
they
all
won't own the
models.
rights to Steamboat Willie anymore.
No, they have additional copyrights that they actually release on every version and every iteration of it.
Yeah.
Tied to the version. So anyone does it, you still owe them royalties. You might be able to create it, but you have to pay them royalties.
No, you won't have to pay them any royalties as long as it's based on the Steamboat Willie incarnation rather than any of the later incarnations. And then you just have to wait.
I'd like to see how that's going to go down with them.
I was going to say, and this is the conversation I had the other day as well, which was that someone said, well, what if I charge for the time I'm using my printer for rather than the model that I'm printing? And I said, if you genuinely want to try and step into a courtroom with Disney and try and make that argument, absolutely feel free to, because you'll set a legal precedent that could very well benefit us greatly. But you could also lose your house. And I don't know how much you want to print a little steamboat.
And your freedom.
Whenever I do a video like Ghostbusters, when on the Ecto 1, I only play 10 seconds or less of a video because technically I think around 10 seconds here and there is allowed. Some people more, but it's going to get demonetized and you'll never ever make money on that video or whatever. So I try to have little clips here and there. I notice other YouTubers or streamers, I don't want to say YouTubers, they'll have little clips here and there, and that's usually allowed. But if you play a complete song, then it's not gonna work.
What's this make money on channels? What's this all about?
Yeah. Yeah. I only have around 1,900 subs on YouTube. I don't have that many people, and I make money from people giving me donations, and it's awesome. And if I make over $100 a month, I don't have to wait 90 days to get it. But yes, YouTube keeps 30%. That's why I pinned my PayPal post at the top. And streaming does help me. I'm retired on a fixed income, so any little bit, whether it's $1, $5, or $20, every little bit helps me, and I really appreciate everybody that donates to me. It's awesome. And I'll keep doing this each and every week until the day I die, just to try to help out the community, to try to help myself, make more money, et cetera, et cetera. It's all a big circle,
Yeah, the way I see it is, if it pays for your streaming software, it's paid for itself.
Daniel down below, he was on Liam's stream a few weeks ago, and I won a really cool toolkit, which is right here. It's really neat. Magnetic.
Didn't you win something on Dan's stream the other day? What'd you win?
I won 3 rolls of filament from you. Yeah, that was cool. It's like, wow, I'm on a roll because for 4 years I didn't win anything. I'm thinking, okay, Joe Telling is giving away $30,000 worth of stuff. Today's my day. I'm going to get a belt printer, but I won nothing. But it was fun. It's like I was on a roll all of a sudden winning. I thought, cool, here comes Joel's stream. And then
for that robotic...
2 people won twice on the stream. So
yeah, that robotic arm.
Yeah,
that's a nerd's dream. That is. I would love to have run that arm because I would be having it offering me rolls of filament on my feeds.
I noticed that Loyal Moses kept throwing up codes on Joel's stream, and when I seen the first one, I didn't realize what it was. But then when I did, I sat there honestly for 4 hours watching chat. I'm thinking, okay, I've got printed solid open over here. I threw some things in my cart. I'm going to try to catch a code. The last code, I caught it. I pasted it. It said it was. I used it, but I had too much in my cart, so I jumped back and I deleted a couple things. When I went back to check out, I lost the code. It's like you have to check out for the code to work. So I didn't check out fast enough. But once I snagged it, I thought I had it, but I didn't. You have to check out. So
yeah, like I was on the Creality one.
Thank you. Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Yeah, I was on the Creality stream and I watched that. But I was kind of half on it because I was helping Spring out on the ZYLTECH one. I was doing the competition stuff in the background for her. You may have heard her mention me. So I know you were on it, Jerry. And I know Matt was on it. I don't know if anyone else was, but
TK said he made his own music and then he got a copyright strike for your own music. Well, you'd have to get old YouTube and say, wait a minute, that's mine. It's original.
Yeah. Same. So I use royalty-free music for anything that I'm doing. And when they copyright struck me, I mean, I've only got 600 subs, so I'm not monetizing anything. But when they copyright struck me, I had to go back and challenge it, and it went back to like the copyright strike. Bearing in mind that the music was like royalty-free dubstep or something, and it went back and said, "Oh yeah, it's this copyright infringement of a Hindi film." And then you go into the film and it's completely different. Whatever algorithm they'd used to try and match it up was completely wrong. And like they said, they've got 30 days to respond. and they just didn't respond. So I got the strike taken off.
How long did it take to fight it, or emails?
Oh no, it was the full 30 days. So they've got so when you challenge back and say no, that's not right. They've got 30 days to respond and basically say yes, that is our music, or no, it isn't. And if they don't respond, then you can just say, oh yeah, I'm not.
There's so much music out there that's similar. I mean, everybody hears something in their head and then they go and write it. It's going to be similar to something that's in your brain. So as long as it's not,
it's okay. A lot of the copyright strikes are just algorithms. They're just automatic. It just matches a sequence of the music to a sequence that is copyrighted. So for the most part, most of your strikes aren't. It's not someone going in and reporting your video. It's just someone going. It's just an algorithm going through and saying, "Oh, this is copyrighted."
And then somebody said if you share somebody else's video, like right now, if I show somebody else's video, I can get in trouble. Why? It's advertising for them. I don't see how that would be.
because you're playing it on your stream, and that's deemed a breach of copyright because you do not have permission to do so.
Okay.
Well, it depends on how much of the video you play, right?
Anything over 10 seconds.
Huh.
And apparently, as well, it's to do with context. If you're posting the video and you're commentating on the video, then that can be classed as a review, and you are allowed to do that. However,
everybody that wants to reshow any of my videos in their entirety, you go for it, because I'm still getting promoted, so I don't care if anybody reshows my stuff.
Same for me.
They said, "Hey Jerry, I love that print. Can we put that on our group in China and show people your print?" I don't care. Go for it, because I buy from the company or I get filament, and I appreciate that they like what I printed from somebody else. So yeah, go ahead. It's when they do like a commercial for whatever company, and they stole it and they didn't ask the person. Then it's a problem.
Copyright is way too aggressive these days, and I am really hoping that they iron this stuff out and get it so that it's back into a reasonable state, because it is insane right now.
It's run by lawyers. It's going to get worse.
Yeah, but you know what? There's a lot of people who hate lawyers these days.
Well, you know what they say. How do you stop a lawyer from drowning? You take your foot off his head. But or what you call a lawyer at the bottom of the ocean, a waste. You can put a lot more down there. But I work in the legal field. I deal with lawyers every single day of the week, right? In my job, and they tell me these jokes. So this is lawyers telling lawyer jokes, but it's going to get worse. Even now, if you volunteer for something, if you ever get a volunteer form, if you get involved in doing any volunteering, I do a lot of it. But if you get involved, if you look through the paperwork and you see the word indemnification anywhere on the paper, or indemnify, do not sign it ever.
My intro that I used at the beginning, I got off of YouTube, and it's supposed to be copyright free. And the first time I used it, somebody said, "Well, that's for the news and the BBC or something overseas," which I have no idea. And I play it quite often. I only had one comment a couple months ago about it, and I run that for my intro all the time.
It's actually by DeWolf, and it's actually used by a lot of the news medias across the world.
You got to understand, though, because we're living in a day and age where we have a new generation that is used to being able to copy and paste things.
That's why you're a lawyer.
And you know what? I get it. I understand. Lawyers are terrible, and they will always be terrible. But when you have a new generation and a culture shift, which has memes and all sorts of these other kind of fun internet things that just occur, there is a culture change that occurs, and it's going to help. It's going to help.
Well, you need to have a culture change in the way the legal field looks at it, and it's not happening. So what's the legal field?
General regular people.
You're not. No, it's nothing. It's nothing to do with it. It's what you can do in court.
TK mentioned that also, the BBC World News. Is that the music or the picture?
The music.
Was it exactly the same or similar?
It's a variation on what they already have or what's used over there.
Okay, then if it's a little different, it shouldn't matter if it's different.
I know, it'll still flag. It will, trust me.
Okay.
Yeah, but if it came from YouTube and it was free from YouTube, it shouldn't affect anything.
Yeah, it was a channel that offered.
But again, it shouldn't if somebody is going in and evaluating it. The problem is they aren't. It's an automated algorithm. And that's the problem. It's the sheer amount of content that there is.
The countdown.
From a lawyer's perspective, I'd rather take down 100% and only have 10% captured than let 10% get through and have 10%, taken away from me. There was that whole thing a while ago about the Techno Viking, that guy who went absolutely viral on YouTube, and he was dancing in a Swedish parade or something like that with techno music, and he hated it. He sued the guy who took the video, despite the fact the guy was in a public space, completely free to film, completely free to put it up on YouTube and everything else. He sued the guy, and he was like, "I never wanted you to take my picture. I never wanted to go viral."
Here in the US, there is photographers are protected by law that if they're taking photographs in a public space and you are in a public space, that you cannot sue them for taking your photograph, because there is law here in the US that protects photographers from doing that.
I live in Las Vegas, and down on the Strip in Fremont, you get people that panhandle for money. They dress up like any kind of character, a showgirl, whatever, and they want you to take pictures, and you pay them, and you can get a picture taken with them. Well, I've seen a couple of videos on YouTube where people randomly taking pictures of, and they're freaking out over it. Oh no, you got to pay me! You can't take my picture.
Nope.
It's kind of ridiculous.
No, because if you're in your garden, or if you're in your home, or if you're in your bathroom or wherever, right? You have a presumption of privacy. When you're in a public area, and this is under U.S. law, right? When you're in a public area, you cannot expect a presumption of privacy because you're in a public space.
Yeah.
If you get caught in a photograph by a photographer, you're caught in the photograph of a photographer. You have no presumption of privacy, and in court, the judge will say that, and that's what your lawyer who's defending you will argue, that there is no presumption of privacy because you're in a public space.
Okay.
Now,
so to be fair, with Techno Viking, I think his egregiance was more that he was being monetized. So they were making like Techno Viking t-shirts.
Doesn't matter.
So
using his name, that breaks the law. But if you're just releasing a picture or a video, that's legal because there's no presumption of privacy in a public space.
Wait a second. Using somebody's name does not necessarily put it outside of that realm.
It is if you're advertising and selling something and monetizing something under that person's name with their image or video on it, then it is.
If you're claiming they endorse you.
His name isn't Techno Viking. That's not his actual name. It's
his brand name.
Do you know what I mean?
It's his brand name.
But a brand name he didn't. It's a brand name. It's a brand name that the person who shot the video created. No. He's not Techno Viking. That's not how he brands himself personally.
Well, I don't know. That depends on the UK law. Each country is different.
I assume it was European law anyway because it was taken in Sweden or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was interesting. And the way that it will continue to shift towards stricter policies rather than looser ones. I'd love to live in open. But I don't think that's the way.
And Lama, a photographer can make money off taking photographs in a public space. That's legally allowed because, again, there's no presumption of privacy. If you take a picture of someone through their bedroom window or their living room window or their bathroom window, now you're in trouble because legally there is that presumption. So a photographer can go out in the street on a public area, take a beautiful photograph of a street, and you're in it. You have no comeback on that because you just happen to be in the scenery.
So, Daniel, moving on. Thank you for joining us. What have you been up to? What's going on?
A lot of moving, to be truly frank. We have extra room coming up pretty soon. So what I'm going to do is be shifting my office all the way around, which is going to be nice because now I'm not going to have to run through 3 different rooms. This coming year, I actually just bought a domain. What I'm actually going to be featuring probably every single one of you what's on the stream right now, weeks at a time, and showcase your YouTube, all your products, all the things you've printed over the time. So the more content that you guys put out is the more content that I can add to our website.
Cool. When do you think you'll have it up and running?
Right now it says launching soon. I just have to finish writing the rest of the code and go from there.
Okay. Have you been printing anything, working on anything?
No. Everything's halfway took down, demolished, and ready to move. So,
how's your global project coming along? And is there anything you want to talk about it for people that may not know what that's all about?
Okay. Well, We have a global 3D print project where we have makers from all around the world all plan to print one piece and ship it to Ireland. We're going for the Guinness Book of World Records for largest 3D human print. I know that we're going to reach it, no questions asked. Right now with coronavirus, it is pushing a little bit behind schedule, but 2021 is going to be a big year.
Awesome.
For a big print.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm part of that project. I joined that project as well, so all my printers are going to be used for that.
Very much so.
If you would like to post a link in chat regarding how people can find out more about it, you're welcome to do so. Or put it in private chat and I'll post it, and I can, or however you want to do it, doesn't matter. But yeah, I'm looking forward to 2021. 2020 has been a dumpster fire, like everybody said. So I'm thinking by the middle to the end of next year, things should be hopefully getting back to normal. Let's hope.
Yeah, I'd say by the summer, we should reach about 70% of people or more.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
So we should be good.
I don't know about that. I don't have a lot of faith in people these days.
Well, they've already started testing, so
yeah,
administering it. Sorry, not testing, administering it to emergency staff.
Look, I've run into people where I work at during the day who, you know, they are big on, you know, vaxxing and all this kind of stuff, and they turned into anti-vaxxers overnight just because of who was pushing for getting the vaccination made. So I don't have a lot of faith in humanity right now.
Well, can't fix stupid, right?
No, 2020 was good for people being online and venturing out and starting, you know, doing different things.
Well,
almost everybody in the world has been live streaming.
I think 2020 was a beginning of a complete change in way a lot of corporations are looking at staff. They're actually downsizing offices. My company has actually downsized the number of offices because they're actually encouraging people work from home, right? Because the overhead for the company is less, right? Why pay for all of these overheads when you can have people working out of home and only have essential staff inside the office?
As a joke, whenever I call a doctor's office or to pay a bill or whatever, the first thing I asked them, I said, I didn't interrupt Netflix, did I? And then they kind of laugh, and I go, why? I said, well, you're working at home, right? Yeah. I said, okay, I just want to make sure I interrupt something you're doing.
Still watch Netflix while servicing a customer support call.
Yeah, I know. It's just I thought it would be funny to say. So, whenever somebody talks to me, I've always been a sarcastic person my whole life. Whatever you say, I usually try to find something in what you said to turn around and make a joke about it. That's just my nature. That's the way I am. Yeah, and sometimes it works, and sometimes it don't, and occasionally it don't. But you know.
So, what are some of your guys' New Year's resolutions?
My resolution is no different because I've been working out of this office. I've been working out of home for 9 years now, so it's no different for me. I have a truck that's over a year old, around 1500, and I haven't even reached 3,000 miles on the clock, and it's over a year old. It's the greatest. I got no mileage at all in that truck. It's after a year. It's going in for its first service in the next couple of weeks.
Ain't too bad. But do you have any New Year's resolutions?
Not really, because, as I said, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think I've met anyone because I'm not a believer in that kind of stuff.
My resolution is to get rid of all my 3D prints behind me, put them on Etsy, even if I got to drop the price down, as long as it covers my Etsy fees and shipping, and just get rid of all this junk. I don't need all this stuff. I got 4 years of, wow, that's cool. I got to have that STL. Let's print it. And next week, here comes 2 more and 2 more. I got hundreds of files on my hard drives of stuff I haven't even printed, aside from all this. My wife will say my resolution would be he needs to paint more. Yeah, I do. I need to paint more.
Yeah, my New Year's resolution is 3840 by 2160.
Nice.
4K all the way.
Well, that's going to be standard now for resin. Are you talking about resin printing?
Regular screens.
Well, I have those, but no, I'm thinking like all printers are going to be going 4K now. Anyone who prints a non-4K are not going to be expecting much money for it. I know there is
that
a
makes it better.
non-4K coming out. It's in Kickstarter right now. It's a resin. I don't know. I didn't even look what they're charging, but I don't think it's going to make a lot of money because why would you go there when you can get a 4K, which gives you perfect prints, perfectly smooth prints, right?
I've got a Frozen Max that I'm getting that's bigger than a Sonic Mini. Yes, it has a bigger screen. Will it print better than my Elegoo Mars? Well, time will tell. The reason I got it, my Elegoo Mars does a perfect job. I love the print quality, but I just wanted a bigger printer. I want bigger models. So, and then
I really want the Pioppoli Noir. So my biggest issue with all resin printing at the moment. So I've got a TM4200 and I've got one of the Photons as well. My biggest issue is that the screen is a consumable. And bearing in mind that when it breaks, it's super expensive.
I mean,
it's a lot.
The projector-based ones, which come down from the top and project on top of a puddle, those ones are actually pretty good. And that's an older technology than all these screen peeling ones. I don't like screen peeling at all because you have the chance that something falls off, gets crushed into the screen on a downstroke, and now your screen is busted. And
I've broken a lot of Photon screens.
I'm not interested in that at all. But you can get a projector and a stepper motor, and that's all you need to build a resin 3D printer. That and a bucket. And with the prices of resin going down and the fact that you can float resin on top of some of the stuff that you can buy for making the e-cigarette juice, I don't know whether it's like the glycol or something, whatever it is, you pour it in, you float the resin on top of that. You don't have to fill the whole thing with resin, and they're super cheap to build.
My friend's actually built he's stripped out an old 4K desktop monitor, and he's building a DLP printer out of that. Nice. I think it comes out at about 24 inches, the screen, I think. So it's a big build volume. But again, the problem is the size of the LED array that he has. Yeah, it's screen pop, yeah.
Oh.
And the problem that he has is that the size of the LED array creates so much heat that he's probably got 1,000 hours, maybe, before that screen just is dead.
You got to lick it.
Well, sorry to hear about that, Travis.
Sorry to hear that.
It's not even the LED array that gets. I mean, the LED array obviously gets hot, but it's on a heat sink. The issue is the heat that UV light creates on the screen, and it just wears the screen. So if you buy a Pioppoli Moai, for example,
we've got a new guest popping in, guys. Andrew S is here. Hey, Andrew, how you doing? Hey.
Yeah. So if you run a Pioppoli Moai, then you're lucky. It says on there that it's between 800 and 1,000 hours for screen life, and then that screen's dead, and you have to buy a brand new one. It's a consumable part. So, I mean, I don't know about you, but I've done multiple models that are over 1,000 hours, and the new screen is like $250. So
it's the UV that breaks down the LCD.
Yeah.
Right. It's not so it's because of the source light. So the way to get longer life will be to go away from LCDs, even though LCDs are really nice and they're convenient and you expose a whole layer in one go in a couple of seconds, is to use a laser that actually draws the part.
Yeah,
that eliminates that.
There's no point in doing a laser when you could do a layer in 15 seconds and a laser takes a minute. That's what what's the one with the
what I'm saying. But the way the LCDs work is they're all black and they only expose the area to the UV light, which breaks down the LCD.
Yeah, well, that's just they have to improve the LCD technology.
I replaced my Mars screen twice in a year, and that really pissed me off because when I replaced it back in December of last year, and then in May I replaced it again, I didn't use the resin printer all that much.
Well, the other way around that is to go with a resin that reacts to a frequency of light that does not damage an LCD. So instead of 405 nanometer, maybe go to 450, because 405 is UV. UV is damaging. 450 is not. Or go with one that uses the green lane in the 300 megahertz frequency. Right.
Or if you go to something like the Pioppoli Noir, it uses a monochrome 4K screen, and because it's monochrome and it's not, but it doesn't have, you don't have to worry about the extra pixels ultimately.
Well, the reason why it takes longer to do curing in a non-monochrome is because a normal screen has RGBL connection in a cell, a little 4 of them in a cell, right? And when you expose, only one of them is actually being exposed. The others are not allowing the UV light through because they're not sensitive to that wavelength of light. So that's why it takes longer to cure the stitching, and you get what's called bleed out from the pixels to the surrounding area, which gives you the image you want.
The monochromes give a better print, but also they last about 3 to 4 times as long as the regular screens do.
Because the other colors, because the other colors that are in an LCD screen normally are the ones that get damaged first. So that's why it lasts longer, because because you have RGB and an open or a luminance.
If they can get it so that you can use an e-ink display for it, that would be the ultimate, because e-ink displays, you don't have to hold power on it, and it's like a 1 second refresh cycle. And if
but you wouldn't be able to do that, because when you're using an LCD screen, you remove the backlight. There's no backlight layer to an e-ink screen, is there?
Yeah.
Well, no, but you can get a transparent one. You can get a completely transparent one and just put a light source behind it.
Yeah.
They did try that once before, though.
Well, we had two people pop in. Andrew S. and Dixon Hoffman pop in. Hello, guys. How you doing? Hey, Andrew. We're going to spotlight Andrew here for a minute. What have you been up to? What's going on?
Not much. Still working on the scratch builds in the background. I've been doing RGB LED lights, like sign light boxes for loads of people. That's kind of kicked off quite a lot because a lot of streamers are now looking at them, because one of the streamers who I game with, he put it on his stream, and he first showed off the render of it, so obviously the 3D design, and then he showed the actual images because I built it. I've still to send it off to him, but obviously because of Christmas and the human malware, obviously I've not been able to just yet. And then after that,
how's your business coming along? Are you guys pretty busy?
It's slowed down a lot. It really has. I mean, like, we still get orders for filament, and we still get orders for, little bits and bobs, but the printer side, not. Christmas time, we would have thought it would have been extremely busy, and it's slowed down. It really did slow down. We would have thought we would have had a lot more sales than what we did, but it's not just that. It's trying to get the stock to keep the stock up, because Shenzhen is not sending out as many packages as they can at the moment. So you're basically bottlenecked with, you've only got the stock you've got, and you've got to try and keep as much as you can, as bad as it sounds, because you don't want every single printer being out of stock.
Yeah.
But also you can't do fast track orders anymore. So, we've had to put it on that people can't do fast track orders. What is basically, we had a click and collect option, what meant that you could basically buy it and then come and pick it up. So we started doing it that if you want to do a click and collect, you'd have to obviously go outside, and there'll be a safe point, and then you have to notify us that you're outside to go and pick it up. And the fast orders was basically, if someone wanted like 10 spools of filament, then we'd send it next day. It's impossible at the moment because Royal Mail are not doing next day. You're lucky if you get it within a week.
Yeah, I ordered some vape juice like 2 weeks ago. I ordered on a Saturday. They always ship Monday, and I always get it Thursday, and that was over 2 weeks ago. And I ordered a Christmas present off Amazon for my grandson on the 10th of December. The 10th, and I still haven't got it. So today I put in for a refund. Yeah, stuff is getting sent. You mail it, USPS, whoever gets it, and it sits in a warehouse for a week or whatever till they decide to get around to finally getting to it to ship it.
And I've just finished baking as well. I made a whole load of pastries. So I've got a chicken curry pie, a corn curry pie, a cheese and bacon turnover, about 20 cinnamon rolls. Let's see what else. I had chocolate flakes, or awesome. Rocky Road. You'd call it Rocky Road over there because it's got marshmallows in it. So
I've got 2 cookies left out of that batch I made last week. I showed pictures of. I got 2 left.
I made a chicken and white sauce pie. I can't remember what else I made as well. I've still got cinnamon rolls in there. They're really good. I'm basically round here. I used to work at a British Red Cross, and we used to have a bake sale every year. and I make these curry pies. And obviously, there's a bakery down the road, and I used to make 6 curry pies, take them in, and just sell the pies for £1. You know, come get one. You know, and we had one guy who had a slice. He wanted to taste it, so we did one where we cut them into slices. And he tasted a slice, and he went back and got his missus and bought all of them. So I'm like, well, next year I'm going to have to make more. And he came in and started putting in orders for curry pies. He goes, I want about 20 of them. I'm like, why? He goes, because I'm going to freeze them, reheat them, and eat them. And I'm like, why? He said, they're so good. So every year now, like my fiance's mum, she specifically requested that I make her a curry pie. So she's got a curry pie now. But yeah, I think in total I've sold maybe over 150 curry pies. And everyone knows me for them now. Even the baker down the road turned around and goes, we want your recipe because we can't figure out how you've done it. And I went, how do you know? He goes, because we bought one of your pies and tried it. I was like,
I wish you could mail me one. Other than 3D printing, my favorite shows to watch on YouTube or anywhere are food shows. Whether it be Ramsey or the local restaurant or somebody going to a strip buffet and they're trying out the food and showing it. I watch nothing but food shows constantly.
I'll go get one so I can show you.
Sure.
Actually, gentlemen, I am being summoned by my monsters telling me I need to feed them for dinner.
All right. Well, we'll be here if you want to pop back in. Thank you very much, Daniel.
Not a problem.
Okay.
So, Dixon, what have you been up to? What do you got going on? How was your Christmas?
It was very good. We had all the grandkids.
Can't hear you.
Turn up your volume.
There we go. That should be better.
That's pretty good.
Is that better?
No. Sounds like you're standing in the field next door.
We'll come back to you in a minute, Dixon.
There you go.
Hey, Andrew, here we go.
So this is the chicken and white sauce pie.
Mom.
And it's puff. I use puff pastry.
You roll it, you make it yourself?
Yeah, make it myself. Yep.
Nice.
So that's my dinner for tonight. So I'm
It's
just
a
not
2-day
hungry at the
process.
moment. Oh, it's a pain in the backside. If you get it wrong, it's too stiff. If you get it just a bit too much moisture in it, it's too sticky. It means it flakes, it crumbles. But I mean, this one hasn't came out too bad. It is still a bit. It's, as you can tell, it's shrunk a bit. But I mean, it's good. It's tasty. It's firm. So,
do you reheat in the oven or use a microwave?
Microwave. No, reheat in the oven. Always reheat in the oven.
Okay. Are there any vegetables in there? Did you like throw in onions?
No. With a white sauce for chicken, you never add any onions or any veg or anything into it unless you're having a gravy.
What is the white sauce then? Is it a cheese or something?
You can leave them in there for another 3 minutes. Right. Sorry, what was that?
Is the white sauce like a cheese or what is it?
No, it's a cream base basically. You can add cheese into it. A lot of people add cheese into it. I find cheese is very overpowering with a white sauce. Unless you're making a white wine sauce, then you add cheese because it kind of helps it out. So a white sauce, that's just a store-bought white sauce. But I add dark soy to it when I'm cooking. I fry off the chicken. So I'll bake the chicken in the oven, get it into its nice white, season it, pepper, cracked black pepper, sea salt, flip it over so it marinates in the juices, flip it over again. Then once it comes out, I cut it up, chuck it into a frying pan, quick blitz with a frying pan, and just a little nip of dark soy over the top of it. Keep turning it. You don't want to leave it sit so it fries off. You don't want it to fry. You just want it to get that little bit of crisp on it. Then you put it into the sauce, and then you just boil it just a little bit, just so that the flavor gets into all of it. And it actually darkens the sauce, so the sauce doesn't stay perfectly white anymore. It goes to a lighty brown kind of creamy color. And that's when you know you've got it right, because if it's too white, then it means you've not had enough dark soy in the chicken, what means that the chicken hasn't been marinated properly. So basically, once you've got it so it looks, it's got like a dark brownish tinge, but you can still tell it's white. It tastes absolutely amazing. So that's my one. But the curry pies are still too hot to carry.
Dixon, how's your mic working?
How's it sound now?
Very
All
good.
right, let's pull you up here. Oh, hey, what have you been up to?
We had the grandkids over, so we had a good Christmas. All 7 of them, their families were over yesterday. I've been working on my speed bike. I got a good start on it, the bigger one.
Oh, Dixon, I think you have YouTube or something open in the background. There's a lot of feedback.
No, I got everything muted and shut down. There's just the only one open.
There's an echo coming from somewhere. It's okay.
It's all right. We'll let it go.
Yeah, we'll see if it keeps up. Then I'll reboot. But I've been working on my speed bike. I got a good start on it. The 42-inch. And the other thing is the last 3D printers I purchased, I had to put LEDs on them. Yeah, I can see. I can hear that echo.
Yeah, is that speed bike also out of a door skin? And did you cut that on your laser?
No, this one I had to cut. I cut out of foam because otherwise it's going to be way too heavy.
Okay.
So it was easier to cut it by hand.
What type of foam are you using with that? Is that the paper on one side, foam center, and then paper on the other side?
Yeah, it's just black foam board from Walmart.
So foam board, yeah.
Yep,
So
that's all it is. That's the only way I could keep it real light.
Okay.
So what I did was I just copied what I have here and I just doubled the size.
Very nice.
So I got to figure out what I want to use for the controls and the electric motors. And then the last 3D printers, I had to put some LEDs on them so I could see.
Do you have any videos of you flying that chopper bike?
I have one. I flew that bike. I built that about 8 years ago, I think. I got to find that video, but I have a new radio, and I don't remember I don't think it's bound to it yet.
Well, between now and next week, maybe you can fly it, tape it, and then when you're on here next time, you can show it to everybody.
Sure, I could do that. Yep, I'll fly it out in the snow and record it.
Yeah, just don't lose it in the snow. But yeah, interesting content is always cool to have on the channel from everybody. It's always welcome.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm still waiting on that design, Dixon, on that book for laser cutting that book.
Oh, okay. If you could email me, how can I get a hold of you?
I'll put my email address in private chat.
Take care, Marcus. Thank you for stopping by. And
yeah, I'll put it in the meantime. I'm gonna unplug and get a different mic.
Okay.
Something's going on with the echo today.
So, Liam, it's your turn. You're in the spotlight. What have you been up to?
I haven't been for a change. You know what I've been doing? This. It's rare that I actually have downtime. I'm always busy. I'm doing some video editing right now, but I'm kind of in between stuff. I helped out with Joe over at the 3D printing professor. I helped him out with a review. So he's actually editing the final of that together right now. But I was helping him out with that, with the longer LK1. I have a few other bits and pieces that I've been working on. I'm getting ready because I know I have more stuff coming, and I'm trying to get prepared for that. But it's kind of been a downtime. So other than doing videos, I'm just trying to get my crap together for the new year, because I know I'm going to get busy again in the spring, and I have new stuff I want to start getting into as well. So I need to get prepped, so I'm not trying to constantly unplugging, moving stuff around, reshuffling stuff, because I don't have a nice big workspace like you do.
The echo is coming from Andrew. Andrew, you're the one talking. I went through and I muted everybody I could, and I found it.
Okay, give me a second. It might be my mic monitor.
It's no big deal. That's happened to me. Sometimes my mic is turned sideways, and it hears my speaker, and then it catches it.
Yeah, so I haven't been doing a lot for it this week, especially. It's been kind of quiet over the Christmas. I took the downtime when I have it. Now the rest of this week is getting stuff cleaned up and ready, because I know, as I said, I have stuff coming in. Then I'm going to try to hit it hard and heavy. I've been trying to get some people on my channel as well. It's been a bit thin this time of year because everyone's busy. But I'm trying to line some people up for this I know Spring is going to come on for ZYLTECH. I have another person whose name I don't want to give out the name yet, but everybody knows him. I'm trying to get him on my channel.
Yeah. I haven't found nobody for next week yet. I totally spaced it, and I haven't messaged anybody. But if I want to have a guest on between now and next Friday, I need to start getting on Twitter and or Facebook and picking and choosing and emailing again. But a lot of people that I've got a hold of over the last few weeks still haven't got back with me, so they're still in the running, and I'm not going to re-message them since I already have once. So,
is that better, Jerry?
And so that's how it is for me right now. I need to get people lined up. I know I have our tour on the outlines and so on as well. So,
I think that's better.
Okay.
It's okay. Let's see what we got here. It's something in private chat.
Is my different mic working now?
Yeah, it sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, we found out where the echo was coming from. It was the guy overseas causing it.
Yeah, I think it's just mic monitoring, and I've actually generally turned this down, but I've been partially deafened recently because I've been listening to loud TV and Christmas
Everybody
music.
blames the mic.
Liam, what's this link for?
It's because of these close to this.
Oh, that's the only thing I posted was my email address.
Yeah, I got it. I sent you a test email, so I'll send you that file.
Yeah.
You want that in a DXF then?
Oh, the .com is an email address? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I never heard of it. Okay.
No, that's my own email.
Never mind. Yahoo.com. Yeah, okay, never mind. I'm having a brain fart. Excuse me. I don't know why I looked at that and I was thinking a web address. I don't know.
No.
It happened.
The @ symbol is a giveaway.
So, yeah. I don't know.
I do the same thing.
Yeah, everybody's famous here and everybody's number one. It doesn't matter who you are or what you do. If you have something to talk about and you got a hobby or a printer, you're always welcome. So, anybody have any questions in chat, you're welcome to ask. Anybody watching on Facebook, if you go back to my first post the other day, scroll down, it'll have a line where it says StreamYard/Facebook. If you click that, when you type in chat, and we'll see your name. Because earlier somebody had posted and said Facebook user. But and then right when I go live, Facebook will repost it. That one doesn't have that letter. You can click on that line. So, anybody here has anything you'd like to talk about that you're doing? Or James, you have anything you want to talk about?
So I just want to know, has anybody had a look at the new SKR board, the SKR Pro 1.2, to see if it's actually a material upgrade over their previous gens? I've sort of had a look through it, and okay, I mean, it can have like 7 axes, and it's better laid out, but it just feels like the board they should have produced probably 2 years ago, rather than being sort of a genuine innovation or a genuine change. But yeah, just wanted to see if anyone's had a look at it, seeing whether or not they think it's worthwhile, the upgrade.
I'll be back in a second, Jerry.
Okay. Yeah, my Hybrid Cube, I've got a 1.4 turbo, and it seems to work fine. But getting to the 1.4 turbo, I went through a few boards on Amazon that I had different issues with. But it's been working fine for, I don't know, 10 months now. No issues.
I've got 1.4s and turbos on a couple of my machines. Generally speaking, I put SKRs in when my stock board breaks. So I've got one of the Jenny printers, which is an Ultimaker clone. But despite the fact it's an Ultimaker clone, they still decided to put a completely proprietary board in the bottom. So when that died, it was a lot of sort of bespoke and proprietary connectors and everything else. So I stuck an SKR in that, and I did the same with a Sidewinder, and I've done the same with multiple other machines as well.
One of my Corrales, I had a stepper driver go bad, and of course you can't replace the driver, so I bought another one, and then anyway, at least with an SKR, most of them you can replace the drivers if you got a problem. So, and they're very inexpensive.
Yeah, I mean this one's like $45, and I mean it looks well laid out. It looks better laid out than the regular SKRs are, for sure. But yeah, I was just curious as to whether or not anyone had taken a look at the new. Bearing in mind that the big trees are sort of a general favourite amongst tinkerers anyway, just because they're easy to code for, and Marlin's nice and compatible, and they just.
I would love for Big Tree Tech to come out with a video that explains their process when they go to upgrade the manufacturing and show bits and pieces of all of it, so we can see how it all works. show where they sit there and develop and try to figure out how they do it or how they design this or that or come up with what they do and make it like an hour special and just show the whole process.
Yeah, I'd love ANET. I'd really like it.
Their junk boards or this or that. Well, there's an awful lot of technology crammed in that little board that you're buying very cheap, and they're not always bad. I mean, occasionally people have trouble, but they're a great little board.
I'd really like it if ANET would release whatever they drink whenever they design any of their printers, because I'd like to get messed up on that. That'd be really fun.
If that board was made in America, it'd be $200 or $300 just because we have a higher cost of living, etc., and everybody doesn't work for nothing. So
yeah. I mean, on that, weirdly, I watched it was a Netflix special about a Chinese windscreen glass maker that decided they were going to make and manufacture windscreens in America, and they said we're going to have a completely American factory, we're going to have completely American staff, we're going to have everything's going to be American run, owned, and staffed. It will just be part of a Chinese parent company. It was to try and rejuvenate an area where manufacturing had left, and it showed so they sent over some of the American workers over to China to see how they were working in the Chinese factory, and all of the American workers were like, I mean, this is borderline. This is borderline human rights abuse. There's like women who work at the back and their entire job is sorting through broken glass with no gloves on.
Wow.
So that's their entire job all day. They just sort through broken glass. They don't have any glasses on. They don't have any gloves or anything else. They just sort through giant piles of broken windshield glass. And I couldn't even really tell what the purpose of their job was. It seemed like their job was to be a human broom, to take small piles of broken glass and make slightly larger piles of broken glass. And somehow it was cheaper to employ them than it was.
I remember seeing that Chinese commercial like a year ago that everybody's seen online, where the lady's sitting there holding the soldering iron by the end, and like she's working with no gloves.
Yeah.
Oh, the stop.
Yeah. Where she's like soldering.
They actually copied that from a British college. That's what it was. There was a picture, an image of a woman it's in an advert in the UK. I think it's for Manchester University. And they've got the video of everybody doing stuff, and it comes to all these little clip pictures, and it's this woman literally holding it like a pen right near the tip, looking at.
Well, you won't do it twice. You figure that out pretty quick.
Or they have a construction picture of a construction worker wearing a hard hat with no safety glasses on. He wanted to look good for camera. Everywhere where it requires a hard hat, you always have to wear safety glasses. They go hand in hand.
Sorry, I grew up in a construction site with my dad. What's a hard hat? I'm hard-headed enough. Why do I need a hard hat for?
Yeah. Well, I worked on a strip around casinos, 30 and 40-story skyscrapers. You always have to have a hard hat because anything can fly off the roof and kill you. A bolt could fall off the roof and hit you in the head. It's going to dent your hard hat, and it saved your life. So you got to have a hard hat on.
Yeah, 9 meters per second. 9 meters per second. Acceleration. It's just physics.
It's like a hard-boiled egg.
And anybody that wasn't here earlier, here's something I bought. I received some money from my son for Christmas. He gave me $200, so I went and bought a CR10 Max. And of course, I have a lot of work to do on the electronics to get it back in shape. But the bones of the printer, like a car body without an engine, it is perfect. So I just have to rebuild it, and that will be my biggest printer. It'll be bigger than my Hypercube. But this
I thought the CR10 Max came was an all-in-one, isn't it? Wasn't it?
Yeah, it has a control box down underneath it. But my friend took that off and put it on his S5. Right. And then he took the Z-axis off. It had the printy red doohickey brackets on it. Put that on his S5. Right. So I got a bunch left over, and I got to kind of rebuild it and put it back together. But for $300, it was still a great deal.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's like buying a car at the junkyard with no interior and engine. It's got a great frame and body. So
that's all you need. If you've got a decent frame that's big enough and it's got some of the parts that you need.
Yeah,
that's it. You're on your way.
I would say one thing, Jerry.
It's got dual belts on the Z even.
I would say one thing: print slow, because something that size of a bed slinger, is going to be a nightmare for slowing it down when you're printing.
Yeah,
all of that momentum and all of that force moving and stopping it, it will ring like a church bell if you don't slow it down when you print.
Yeah, well, my Ender 3, I got one's 500 millimeters tall that you can print some really tall vases with 2 feet, 3 foot tall. Or not 3 foot, but anyway, yeah. The higher you go, the slower you got to slow down.
Yeah, but on the base, even on the bottom, because of the sheer weight of that bed moving, the momentum of that bed, the physics of slowing that down and getting it to stop where you need to.
Well, that's why I got the
fighting a lot of energy.
That's why I got the hypercube where the bed just simply drops.
Yes, for a large surface, the Z drops are better than the bed slingers.
So we're actually working on. We've got an S4, and it was terrible. It had a lot of issues, and we're working on. There was a chap whose name I forget what his name was now, but he basically made it so that the whole A-frame, the whole X axis moves on the Y instead of the bed. The bed stays static, and it moves the tool head backwards and forwards instead.
That'd be even worse because you have a lot more weight to move.
So the way that it's built, in theory, it's braced in a way that it seems to work okay. We're in the process of testing a few bits and pieces, but I need to reprint some of the brackets because I did them just in like PETG, and I should have done them in ASA. So the stiffness isn't where it needs to be. But
I think anything over 350 or maybe up to 400, even 400 is pushing it, needs to become a Z drop, not a bed slinger, because physics is going to beat you no matter what you do. Physics is going to beat you.
Well, it gets even better as your model gets heavier. It goes up.
Yeah, well, on top of that as well, as you print tall, well, the inertia kicks in, right? So the part that you print, inertia of the bed is one thing, right? Because that's what you're fighting is the inertia of the bed to stop it. And then when a part gets tall, what happens is it does this as the bed moves around. So people who print lithophanes, I always tell them to print the lithophane on a bed slinger and on the y-axis, in a line from front to back on the y-axis. That way the bed is moving this way, and there's no sideways momentum. Because if you print it like this and your bed is moving, your part is going to wave like a flag in the wind if you try and print fast on this. All this motion is actually going to make it wobble.
I print them in line with my X back and forth. The same with the frame.
Well, you should do the Y back and forth. That way, again, when it moves long ways, it's actually there's going to be no tilt. Yeah. Because the only thing that's moving in the exit is the head like this, and all the longer motion where the greatest inertia is actually front to back on the Y-axis. So that's
Hey, Chris Travis.
Hey, Chris.
So, yeah, that's why you should print them that way, rather on front to back on the Y-axis rather than crossways on the X, because you have the inertia to fight.
It's all about the physics.
Yeah, but the Z drops eliminates all of that. It totally wipes all that out, and it's the best way of doing them. Because
that's why it's because you've got the initial inertia on the actual head itself. So
which is small because it's not moving very far.
What if you print in a vacuum, Liam?
And it stops.
Liam, what if you print in a vacuum?
Sorry?
You're the spaceman, so what if you print in a vacuum?
Won't make a difference because the bed is still moving. So if the bed moves, that creates the inertia. The movement of the part is different because that you're talking about air resistance if you're moving on a flat surface, because then it pushes through the air as it moves.
That would be cool to see. We've seen all kinds of 3D printers. They need to take one up in space.
There's one in space.
Take it outside. Take it outside. Sit there and spin it or something, and let it sit there and print while it's rotating every which way in space.
There's a German company at the moment that's been going in the Zoom and Boom aircraft to get the zero G.
Okay,
so that they can sinter tools, make 3D printed tools basically, and they still haven't got it perfect, but they've got it. They're getting there, and basically what we're doing is they're taking it up there, and they only get one shot to do it because the aircraft have to climb so high up and then drop. What gives them the 0G. Now the problem that we're having is that it's not 100% perfect because they can't obviously replicate space. But it's close enough that they can say that they're actually getting better results every time they're doing it.
Yeah, but they only get 30 seconds of 0G, because on the vomit comet is what they call it, right? And for a reason.
Yes, it goes up. Space. You need an enclosure.
It goes up and well, you need an enclosure over your head on these things. It goes up and it does hyperbolas, right? It goes up and it does a dive. You got about 30 seconds of a dive before you fully go with 3G come out of it to go back up again.
Why can't you replicate that on the ground with all the technology we have in the world? Why can't you replicate that on the ground?
Because
on the gravity, but
no, because on the ground you're being pulled towards the center of the Earth, and gravity is the pull of force of you towards the center of the planet.
no, they can't design a machine to make that all go away.
Nope.
It's like the little levitating thing. The little you buy the toy, the magnet.
Only if you could fall really fast.
You need to be falling
Forever.
in a constant pace. You need to be constantly falling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is what an orbit is. An orbit is falling, but you're moving forward so fast that you're falling. Actually, you never actually hit the planet, which is that's what the ISS. So that's what happens on the ISS, where you have microgravity. You're falling, but you're traveling forward in such a speed that you never hit the planet. But
You have to take your 3D printer and put a parachute on and jump out of a plane and with a battery and then
No.
print.
Parachute.
No. You have to have no parachute. You just
Yeah, I know. I'm just
plane.
kidding.
But they do have 3D printers on the space station today.
Well, sure.
You can actually 3D print up there and in microgravity, so it does work. Like
Yeah.
you can get your 3D printer and turn it upside down and stick it on your ceiling, it will still print.
Yes, I see that they showed it.
Funky.
Yeah, you can actually hang it on your ceiling and print. Because now you can't do it with a resin printer, but you can do it with an FDM because it's about mechanically keeping the nozzle the right distance from the bed, and it'll happen no matter what orientation it's at.
Yep, and I've got that video here. This was the live.
So
talking about printing at different angles, going back to Mike, how are you finding the change in printing geometry affects prints that you're printing on the belt printer? Because you're now printing at 45 degrees.
You know, I'm not finding any major issues with it. Like I've given away all my good prints, so I can't be like showing you really good stuff. But this is one that I couldn't get apart because I had the raft too close. So you can
so print quality I appreciate is for the most part I would imagine relatively the same. Although I know people are still tweaking with their profiles and everything else. Yeah. I mean more around how are you finding it's affecting your need for supports and and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I mean it's weird, right? Because I've been printing stuff which needed support before. So like for example, these little pieces, let me see whether I have one which has the support removed.
Because with you now favoring one 45-degree angle rather than the other, does that not mean that some of your overhangs come out really clean, but your other overhang on the opposite side doesn't? Or is
potentially, but like even this thing was printed out with support material in it. So that's the support material. And that is it inside. And because of the weird angle that it's at anyway, I probably could have printed this without support at all. But even with the support material, it doesn't stick as hard because it's not drooping as much.
Because I suppose it's not necessarily actually. No, it is still sitting on the supports, isn't it? But it's not. You're not printing on supports in the same way because you're not printing an entire bed of supports and then printing a whole first layer on all of those supports all at once. It's almost like you're
printed in this orientation, and the support is kind of like this corrugated thing which goes up and down and has flat surfaces on each of the sides. So it's kind of interesting, and it doesn't need to stick as hard. I don't know. There's a lot of good stuff with it.
There's only one thing I would question about a belt printer. In print orientation, as you were mentioning, James, if we print a part and we orientate it so the outer wall is one solid wall all the way around, it makes the outer wall stronger. Whereas on a belt printer, you print at 45 degrees, so you're now introducing a shear angle of 45 degrees into your print.
Wait a second. You can rotate your print like this and print it. And it's exactly the same as a Cartesian machine.
David Petzel, hello. How you doing, David?
Hi, Jerry.
Hello.
Hi, Dave.
Wait a second. Are you inside? You're not in the garage.
I'm inside. I'm where my printers are. I've got.
Hanging out with the print farm.
Yeah, I got a. printer over here, and yeah.
Nice. What are you printing there?
That is a part to that those reloading machines that I'm selling.
Okay.
It's a funnel.
All right. Is that a Pet Fang duck on there?
Yeah, it's called an Evolve. It's the newer ones that I'm designing. They're for direct drive. That's got a Titan arrow on it.
When you download those, do you tip the designer?
What's that?
When you download those, do you tip the designer?
Yeah, I always tip the designer.
Okay, cool. Anyway, anybody that doesn't know, Pet's up there in the corner. It's David Petzel over on Thingiverse. He has a zillion different types of mods for hot ends for Crowley printers and other printers. I'm sure everybody knows who you are, but if you don't, that's who he is.
Hey, Mike. Your belt. Every time I see somebody, there's like three different belt printers out there. That first piece you showed, I always see that ringing. Whenever a dome part or something has to be designed, the outside, there's ringing. Is that what that is? Is that because of the 45? That first piece you showed? No, not that one. The other one. The other one.
The ringing, or do you mean the facets?
No, you showed a black one, a black piece in the beginning, and you can see the if you do a ship there. Now turn that.
Is a low polygon.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why you're seeing that, because that's what I see on.
Yeah, you can see they're all like squares, basically.
It's normally on lower resolution models, especially if you blow them up. So if you start out with something quite small and you try and scale it right up, it's only got a certain number of facets. And
right.
You know,
like Nerys was doing that spaceship, and you could see the outer skin on the arcs. You could see the same. It wasn't supposed to be there, but it must be because of the resolution.
Yeah, he's not quite all set up, I don't think, 100% yet with the slicer, because he's still getting used to Cura. And then there's the other part of it, which I think he's just scaling up really large models that were made in Tinkercad or something. I don't know. So if they're made in Tinkercad, you got that issue with the number of polygons.
Well, you can fix that, and you can fix that with Tinkercad, like doing round surfaces. I have a video out there where you can only do 64 surfaces on Tinkercad, right? So you get a circle, you do 64, and then what you do is you turn around and you divide the 64 into 360 to get how many degrees each one is, and then what you do is you copy it and you move it halfway, half of the angle.
I mean, it sounds like an awful lot of work when you could just use a real CAD package and build.
I'm just saying, but if there's ways who are people who don't know CAD, you could do it in Tinkercad, and there's ways of making smooth surfaces by increasing the number of surfaces, and it only takes a few minutes to do it. And once it's done, you can then save it as a custom part.
David Petzel, is this one of yours?
No. That's that Hero Me. It's got really asymmetrical flow on it. But I mean, anything's an improvement.
Yeah, this is printed by a friend of mine when I bought this CR10 Max, and I got a box of parts, and I have to put everything back together, so that's where that came from. I was just wondering what kind of a thing it was. And then the hot end I got with it, I think it's a V6 clone.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure what I'm going to use. I might put a direct drive on it. I don't have a direct drive printer at all.
If you want,
it would be a perfect time. I got dual Z's.
If you want to get a Titan or get a Titan or the Arrow, I'll send you a duct. I mean, I've got.
See, I've been trying to get hold of a Hemera for the last, I don't know, year.
I mean,
or however long it's been since they came out.
I mean, I've got
lots of goodies.
If you want, there's one for an E3D. If you want to go direct drive, this is for an E3D V6 plus a Titan extruder. I'll
Yeah.
send you that if you want it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet, but thank you.
You tell me what you want, and I'll.
Okay. 67 red Corvette.
I have a GT500 fastback, thank you.
I'll pay for the shipping.
Hey, I gotta hop off for
No,
a minute.
I'll fly back there and drive it. I'll be back there in a couple days.
Hey, I gotta
you guys
hop
are
off for a bit, so I'll.
Hey,
I'll-
Dixon.
Yeah.
I gotta thank Dixon for
Catch you later,
Dixon
Mike.
and Lama for talking me into using Idea Maker. I am sold. I am sold. I am
love
sold.
Idea Maker.
I am sold.
Yeah.
I haven't used my S3D since I started using Idea Maker. I am sold. It for mechanical parts. It's the best slicer, hands down.
Yeah, I use it for mechanical parts. I like it.
I love it, but I still can't get what I'm getting with the algorithms with the 15.4 Kira. My sides are like glass, and I got the same settings in Idea Maker, and I tried a bunch of different things, and I still couldn't get the resolution on the sides.
I mean, you can see how clean the supports came off of this. This is with a 0.6 nozzle, 60 millimeters a second. And I mean, you can tell it is shiny as anything.
What model is
the,
that?
the only thing is just the little bits around the chest plate is a little bit off, but obviously going at 60 millimeters a second, you're going to get that with any circle, but it came out brilliant. And that's with Idea Maker. I love Idea Maker.
Yeah,
Brilliant
that's
slicer.
This is
that right there.
0.6. This is 0.6 and 0.4 millimeter layer height. That's what's printing right now. That's
And
point. Yeah, I mean, it makes up for any places
Pin
that
back on.
needs additional. Oh yeah,
You know,
Nice.
obviously you've got the slight ringing on the top. That was all the support, but that's because I printed it in that orientation. But I mean, that Idea Maker completely changed my idea of supports because every other slicer I've had is
Yeah,
just
see
ridiculous to get off supports.
what you have right there, Andrew, is exactly why I didn't buy a huge resin printer, because I'm getting the same type of things with my 3D printers. It's like, well, if you're going to get that with an FDM, you know what I mean?
That's on a Sidewinder X1 V2.
So you are right. When you move over to resin, if you think you've got support scarring on FDM, wait until it's chemically bonded to your print. But at the same time, it is infinitely easier to sand. And
I turned your mic up, Matt. I'm sorry, Andrew. I turned your mic way up. You were loud earlier, so talk now.
How's about now?
There you go.
Yeah, I had in the beginning, I had you turned down for some reason.
Yeah, it's because I had to do the microphone monitoring and my settings, so I had to change it. So that's probably why it turned it down a bit.
Let me put it back on auto and see what happens. Okay, now it's on auto. Let's see if that changes. Go ahead and say something.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, that's good.
That's good.
Yeah, so it's much easier to polish out a resin print than I've found it is. I mean, so don't get me wrong. I mean, I sand my prints. You know, I sand my helmets and things like that. But generally, I use a filler primer, and then I'll wet and dry sand it down from there. Whereas with my resin prints, I don't need to use a filler primer certainly, and I can just sand off the support seats. It is down to settings as well. It comes down to how much of a contact point you have and everything there. It's
When it comes to resin, I generally use oh yeah,
Later, Amanda.
It's always live.
Have a good one.
Pretending to build things in space, the reality is that a 3D printer has
Yeah, go there.
Yeah.
Getting us.
To know that we were part of this big effort to do something that has been talked about for decades.
Can you hear that?
Just about.
It's where you find out they took up an ANET A8.
Actually, I think they have a lull spot up there right now.
You can laugh, but you could take an ANET 8 and make it print like a $3,000 machine. I don't think there's a printer out there you can't make print like a $3,000 machine.
Yeah,
Very true.
They had a custom build up there, but I think they have a lull spot up there right now.
Works building out new tests and
Jesus, it even prints the label.
Yeah, it's amazing stuff. I couldn't find the other video where you actually see them in the Vomit Comet, and it's a German company, and they've got metal like powder, and they said the first attempt that they had, the powder just went everywhere, so it wasn't functional. But then they showed the new one, and obviously they have to time it perfectly right, so they can't see into the chamber because they have to seal the chamber to get it to work. So they can't see what's going on until they open it, and they actually sinter it all together and have a actual functioning spanner from it at the end of it.
And it was like this. If they're doing laser sintering and it's metal powder, they can have a strong magnet on the bottom to keep the powder down, and then they layer it out and it'll stay in place with the magnet beneath it, sinter it, and then lay the powder again.
Oh, Amanda, she just did she posted over on Facebook. She made a headband for Wonder Woman that came out really good. You done a great job on it.
Yeah, I saw it on her yesterday. I was on streaming her yesterday.
If anybody has seen the movie, I'm sorry. It's worth watching, but it was very disappointing. So
I've been told by a lot of people, and it wasn't worth watching. That was terrible.
Yeah, the beginning of it started out like a comedy. I'm like, what's this?
Yeah, a lot of my friends have said literally it makes no sense. They don't know why they did that. It's like I like the first one. The first one was brilliant, and it's like the second one. I was like, yeah, I'll go see it. And, you know, they're talking about they're going to put it on streaming sites and stuff like that because the cinemas obviously aren't open at the moment. I was like, all right, yeah, so I'll watch it, but no,
I love all kinds of movies. I'll say it's worth watching, but I wouldn't give it a high mark. And then then at the end of it, you have to watch after the credits. So something happens after the credits. But I
watch the after credit thing. You know,
I think most people know if you ever go to a theater or anything, always sit in your chair. Don't get up after the credits. Something usually happens. So.
Especially with the Marvel movies.
Especially the Marvels, yeah.
Each one has a continuation at the end of it.
Yeah.
For either a different story or to it.
Another superhero.
Yeah, they absolutely set themselves up for the sequel. But yeah, it was hard going.
You know, I was talking earlier in the stream about, and we were talking about how USPS and everybody's really backed up because of Christmas. I ordered a bag of packing peanuts from my Etsy store off Walmart, like, I don't know, a month ago. And a week or so later, I finally got a big bag of peanuts for $18. It was a good deal. Well, I got another bag yesterday. It's like, well, where'd this come from? Why couldn't I order a TV or a laptop and get a double order? It's like a year ago, I got something that was a double order and something real petty. I'm thinking, well, why don't this happen on the big dollar stuff? So
because I care about that.
Yeah.
See, we're lucky here. Whenever we order stuff from Amazon, Amazon's completely like they've got their own courier service, so it's completely separate from everyone. So over here, if you order something with Royal Mail, they don't deliver on a Saturday. They don't deliver on a Sunday. Or Saturdays they do, but it's like really rare, and everything gets backed up, and everything takes ages to get through custom. I order something from Amazon, and like the guy's here in like 9 hours. He just turns up at my door with a thing that I wanted.
Yeah, we got two hubs here in Vegas. We got two of their big factories here in Vegas that they ship out of. Now, not everything comes tomorrow, but a lot of stuff is the next day. I took my $25 gift card I got from my sister, and I went on Amazon, and in my shopping cart, I saved it in my wish list with this little power supply, you know, so you can plug in all kinds of electronics on your bench. Mm-hmm. And it's like $50. So I went ahead and I bought that and ordered it. So now when I'm testing some of these boards, I don't have to, I can just, you know, put power up directly to them and test them. So.
Yeah. We have a lot of stuff here, and it's brilliant.
Yeah, most time here it's, like I'm in the US, so most time here is, we have 2 distribution points nearby us. So it's next day, and on the rare occasion, it's 2 days out.
Yeah.
It's rare it's more than 48 hours away.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is if you're in England and you started at the sort of the furthest away point and you drove for 2 days straight, you end up in the ocean. You know, whereas you can drive for 2 days in the US and you don't even leave your state. It's like It's like you've got to make it halfway across the country. You barely even left the town. You know, it's insane. But we've got Amazon hubs all over the place. It's brilliant.
Got a box at 12. Wow.
Wouldn't mind that. Like,
wow. Yeah, my peanuts came. They showed up at 6:30 in the morning, evidently, and I didn't know it. Well, later that night, after I got back for Christmas Eve, I'm checking my email and said it was delivered this morning. Well, it was windy that day. So I walked out front. My front yard is fenced in. It was way over there in the bushes because the wind caught it. And I'm glad it didn't break open the peanut bag or then peanuts all over the neighborhood.
Hey, Dave, did you add a modifier yet to one of your prints?
What type of modifier?
You know, when you want to add, when you want a section.
Not yet.
That works awesome. When you want a section to be like 100% or 90% and the rest of it print 20%.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that.
That works awesome.
See, I have to move away from S3D. The problem is because I've paid for it.
Yeah.
There's that thing in my brain that's like, oh, it was so expensive.
Yeah. But also remember, they haven't done an update in over 2 years.
Oh yeah, and I mean, I've kissed goodbye to the idea that I'm going to get 5 for free.
They've been promising updates. Oh, it's coming out next year. It's coming out next year. Yeah. Well, you know, it's coming next year. So it's Christmas, right?
That's my pleasure of choice is S3D. That's the main one I use, S3D, because I had to pay $100 and a half. When I got the Ender 3 V2, I tinkered with Cure a little bit, but I go back to S3D for every print.
So I'm an S3D. I've managed to get my support settings just how I like them. So a little dead support layer, and I'm getting really clean support. But my walls, my retractions, my speeds, they're all just not really where they need to be. And
almost everything is 644 when I print. When I do a helmet, when I do a figure, anything are 644 in S3D.
I mostly use Cura if I'm doing non-mechanical part, and my prints are great.
Yeah.
And I do, but I do use what's it called? Idea Maker. I've moved over to that for mechanical stuff because it does a good job of them. But I'm going to be starting to play with. Guido have their own version of Cura that they've tweaked for their printers. I'm going to play around with it a little bit because they have it calls WeBox is what they call it. And they've optimized a version of Cura to run on their printers. Their engineers have tweaked the settings.
What about Prusa Slicer? I've heard a lot of good things about Prusa Slicer.
Prusa is really good.
Yeah.
It
is really good, and their new version, they've actually opened it up so that they've got stock profiles for other machines. So originally, you basically had to change the settings so that you had a Prusa profile that would fit onto an Ender bed or a CR10 bed or whatever.
Yeah.
But their new version has actually got stock profiles for a bunch of different machines and things like that. And bearing in mind, things like an X1 is basically a CR10 and things like that. You can start out.
One feature I want in S3D they don't have is, like, for instance, that Mandalorian helmet. I let it auto add supports, and then I turn it over, and I sit there for an hour, and I uncheck all the internal supports. Yeah. Well, I did that last night, and then I went to slice it, and the program locked up, and I lost it because I didn't save it after I'd done that.
Save it.
So then I said, okay, let's do it manually. So then I just turned it sideways, and I manually added them, which I could have done, but I prefer to add and then take away than manually, in case I don't miss something.
So Prusa Slicer has now got paint on supports. Like a brush, and you can just say, oh, this area, and it just goes all the way around, and much easier to orientate your parts, much easier to flip things round in Prusa Slicer than it is in S3D. I mean, the S3D was a really good slicer 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah. You gotta use what you're used to using, especially if you paid for it. I would definitely stick with it if you paid for it until it wore out.
And therein lies the problem, because there's features that are in Prusa Slicer, in Cura, and in Idea Maker that I don't have, and just in the wistful hope that at some point they'll magically finish 5. And how
you doing? Hey, Sam.
Hey, Sam.
Here's a link if you want to drop in, Sam.
I think that someday in the future, James, S3D will surprise us, and they'll release a new version of the slicer eventually, maybe
Yeah,
in
and I'll
5 years'
charge
time.
$200 to use it, and it will be again something that was fine at the time, but
Yeah. No,
not
but I think
actively.
well, they've been promising a lot of stuff and they've never delivered. But I think eventually they'll get it out.
Yeah, they're gonna have
It'll
to.
be,
They're gonna
it'll
have.
be at that time, and then you have to wait another 4 years for another update.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
gonna have to update, or there's people are gonna start leaving them in droves. You know.
They're doing
The
it
problem
now.
is they don't
Yeah.
care. It's not a subscription service. They've already got the money. Whether I use this program or not, they're not bothered. They've already got the money that they would have got off me. I don't pay for any updates because it's supposed to be lifetime updates until one day decide that it's not lifetime update anymore. And then,
I wonder if there's any legal comeback against them to get them to, because they made a promise. You bought based on that promise, and it's in writing, and it's still on their website, and they have never adhered to it. They haven't updated in years. They haven't brought in new features in years. But
they also said lifetime
they could be a breach of contract.
Yeah, and they've said lifetime updates, but they've made it very clear that version 5, you will have to pay to upgrade to version 5 because they've put so much dev into it with that, you know, one poor dev that's stuck in a shed for 2 years.
But they promise you free upgrades for life.
Yeah.
So they're basically breaching contract.
Yeah,
Well, that's like a lifetime. That's like a lifetime warranty, though. Company goes out of business, there's your lifetime warranty. It
That's
doesn't.
different. They're knocking out of business. They're releasing a new version. They're not giving you free upgrades.
I can't remember what the legal basis was, but they did. So when they put it on their forum and saying that, I think they said anyone who had bought it inside of a year of them releasing the update, which was supposed to release last year, but didn't.
And the year before.
And the year before, yeah.
It's like my video editing software. Every year they come out with a new version of it, and you got to pay for the update if you want to expand. In the real world, everything
that's
costs
always
money.
the case. It's always been a pay to update.
It's
never
because
buy the software and then get free updates for life.
It's because so many people get free STLs and they're so used to the word free that they expect everything to be free. I mean, that's how it is.
I use software for my astrophotography stuff to stack my images and to manipulate my images for astrophotography. And it's called PixInsight. There's a bit of a price on it, but it's really good software. I bought it a couple of years ago, and they do free upgrades for life. So you buy once and they're done, and they always give you the latest and greatest. So I think if you buy a software, I think it should be you get the free upgrades to the core, and then if you create other features, then you buy them as a mod, as a module to add on. That's okay, but but I think rebuying the software all the time, that's like a subscription service. Then just put it in the cloud and make it cloud-based and be done with it.
I love this guy's name, Dum Dum Development. He told me his name last week, and I forget what it was. But
was it Brian? I think it was.
Every time I read it, I laugh. I'm not sure if it was Brian, but every time I read it, it's funny.
I bought S3D, and I've used it twice because I just find it so convoluted. Like after I switched from I went from Kuro to Prusa Slicer. Well, actually, technically, it would have been Flash Model, what was for the original Flash Forge, then Kuro. Then from Kura to Repetier, from Repetier over to Prusa Slicer, from Prusa Slicer to Idea Maker. And then I bought S3D and was like, yeah, okay, I'll give it a go, try it twice. That was it. That's as much as I used it.
A buddy of mine bought S3D about 2 years ago. You have a month to ask your money back if it doesn't do what you want, right? So he went back to them within about, I think,
John, that's
15
it. John.
days in.
It's my brother's name.
Yeah, about 15 days in, he went in and asked for his money back. 6 months before they agreed to repay him. That's how long it took him. 6 months, even though they claimed they'll give you no hassle money back.
Yeah.
He was chasing him for 6 months.
Oh, and that's the other thing as well. So they say, we give you 24/7 support on Simplify. Well, you can download stock profiles for printers when you get them. They're not perfect, but they're a good place to start. Mine never worked. When you click it, it says it's got a server error. So I messaged them and they said, what printer is it? And we'll send you the profile. I was like, no. there's a button there that says I should be able to get the printer. Why doesn't the button work? They go, oh, we don't know. Well, what do you mean? Why don't you know? This is the only thing you should know. Like, why doesn't the button work? Oh, we don't know. We can't get the button to work. What?
They told me they were trying to do a debug and a fix on it. Yeah, I've never heard anything back from that.
Well, I work for a software company, and if a bug like that breaks functionality, we often have guys writing fixes, and you have a fix out within 48 hours, or maybe
put that to your head.
depending on what it is.
You'd at least put it in the backlog. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you put it in the back. You put it in the list of things to be done, and it's addressed as you go through it. Right? But if for stuff in the cloud, I've seen a 4-hour turnaround time in some cases. If you can fix it.
Well, this has been 9 months, and Joel is actually Joel did a video on it, and he said that he was having the issue, and they said exactly the same thing to him. They said, "Oh, it's an issue with your account." Where your account is fetching back to the server, the server's not responding or timing out. That's meaning that you're not getting the verification to say that you can pull down the profile. So we said, oh, okay, so what are you going to do then? I said, oh, it's on our list of things to fix. They haven't fixed it since Joel did it, and they certainly haven't fixed it since I raised it with them.
See, people like Joel, in my opinion, they should be out there, and they should be advertising these guys publicly.
So, he actually did that.
Well, he should do follow-ups and say they still haven't done anything about this, and they're not doing the development that they're supposed to. They're putting their time into God knows what because they're not doing and supporting the people, and they promise support. They're not fulfilling their promises.
Yeah, and I know well, they've now changed their user agreement to say you get 1 year of free updates.
For free updates.
Yeah.
What did they do? What did they do when you buy that? They give you a license key?
I think so. Yeah.
It's an activation key that you type in.
You download it to your hard drive, right? Or is that internet based? Is that a browser?
IP based? Because so it's IP based because you can only activate it 3 times. And I said, well, just to be clear, like I've got my laptop that I have it on and my PC. I sometimes take my laptop to work. Does it? And they said, "Oh yeah. Well, if you're logged on and you try to fetch anything from the server, then that counts as a secondary, like a secondary logon attempt." I was like, "Cool,
oh
cheers.
Yeah,
Getting through my work firewall. Cheers. That's going to make that really easy."
Yeah. No, I do.
Dave's having an earthquake.
I have some sort of a subscription. I'm sorry, Jerry. Go ahead.
I said Dave's having an earthquake at his house there in Iowa. Everything's moving around.
It's snow, man. It's snowmageddon.
So
it is what it is. You know, the software is what it is. I'm used to it now. So although it seems really convoluted, and I've got a profile that works pretty well for me and gets me the results that I need. And I feel like I remember how much of a learning curve there was to getting Simplified 3D to work the way I wanted it to. And I don't really know if I've got the effort in me to go through and learn Idea Maker or figure out what things now are in Cura or whatever. But I appreciate that Cura is actively developed on. Whereas
I used to think it was so funny on different Facebook groups in the past. I don't know if they still do it. People would post their slicing profiles and things like that from S3D, and it says licensed by God or licensed to God. It's like, come on, really, guys? You can't at least cut that out? I mean, mine has my name on it because I bought it. But if you're going to pirate it, at least don't show that. You're cutting your own throat.
Yeah, but people do. It's the same as there's a couple of people who were posting a while ago. There's a guy, there's a sculptor called Mikel Valeris, I think his name is. He's the one who did this statue. He's got a Patreon, and there really aren't that many people on his Patreon. And people started posting his models, and he was like, "Oh, okay. When did you sign up?" And they were like, "Oh, yeah, I signed up and then I cancelled." And then he sort of just looked through his Patreon list, of which is only like 150 people. And he's like, "Yeah, you didn't buy this. So you just stole it. He's got it off Telegram or he's got it off Discord or wherever." And I was like, I mean, if you're going to steal, don't put it on social media where the artist is clearly going to see it and then go, look at the smaller thing I have. It's just, it's like, oh.
It's like if you know Malek, who does Malek's Alliance that everyone does, I do a little group where we actually hunt people who sell other people's files, and we do takedowns on them. So basically, the first one what we saw was someone was selling, I think it was about 12 of his files that obviously were purchase files. You hadn't released. You had to pay for them, and this guy was making £120 on each USB drive that he was sending out. And so we got in contact with eBay, we got in contact with the original designer, so I was speaking to him and was posting all these pictures. Right at that point, when I turned around and said to the guy, because his eBay listing was taken down, he created a share file and tried to post it in all the 3D printed groups that I admin in. And he instantly was then blocked from Facebook as well. And then he tried to do it again and go into Discord and websites and put it up as free links. And we had to go into there, actually get in contact with the web administrations who actually own the websites and tell them that he is defrauding, obviously, an artist. He's stealing their work and selling it for profit. And they were like, oh, we can't do anything. I went, all right, then we'll just do a takedown strike on you. And they're like, what do you mean? I said, well, in UK law, if someone is stealing property, because that's what it is, it's digital property, it's still property, and they're selling it for profit, it is illegal. So we will have your website literally just taken down. And they went, all right, okay. And then they just instantly barred him. But I've done, I think at the moment we're up at a score of 12. So we've taken down 12 people. And it can be as little as 3 models that they're selling from someone else, or people who are selling Thingiverse files on eBay for profit. And I've seen multiple ones of that. And if they try to come into the group, it's really stupid though, because they go, oh, in their little bio, they have, oh, I sell 3D prints. So you click on it and you look at their eBay account. They're trying to join your group. You look at it. Obviously, you're going to look at it. And what do you find? About 27 different things that they've downloaded off of Thingiverse. And I'm like, click on the link, like find it, click on the link in Thingiverse, and I'll see if it's for resale. If someone's put down, oh yeah, you can resell it and all that, fair enough. If it's a license where they have to give you a tribute, and that guy isn't given a tribute, that's it. He's done. I'll report him. Yeah. Because if he's not taken the time to then put someone's name on there, the original artist who has done it, I mean, anyone can download a file and 3D print it. Yes.
You guys,
fair enough. But when you start selling it, it's ridiculous.
You guys remember Napster?
Yeah, dude.
So when Napster was happening, one of the girls that worked for us started downloading a whole bunch of songs, and we had the FBI come to our restaurant. The FBI cited her for all the downloads she had. She had to pay she was a server. She wasn't making that much money. She had to pay $5,000.
Who's got the echo? Sam's talking about an echo. Okay, it went away. I don't know. Yeah, if anybody has an echo with anybody, please post it in chat and we'll try to correct the problem.
But yeah, I fully appreciate that. As soon as you release a 3D model online, you've got to assume that somebody is going to get that and download it, and you've released something into the internet. It's a very good chance you're not going to be able to retain complete control over it. It's just when someone's so blatant about it. Like I'm one of the admins for 3D Print Gallery, and the amount of people who join and all of their profile pictures are models from different artists that are just 3D renders of those. Like, well, you clearly didn't make all of those because they're not even taken the watermarks off the pictures.
on my new Etsy store, any models that I printed and painted or not painted that I list, first off, I contact that developer or the person I got it from, and I tell them I'm posting it. And then on my Etsy listing, it says where it came from. So if anybody's ever in question, they can contact him and go, yeah, Jerry Knapp, he's fine, blah, blah, blah. But electronic files, obviously, you can never sell or share electronic files.
Yeah. I think for the most part, most artists, provided you approach them, don't generally have an issue with you printing a piece that they have made, you know, putting time and effort into painting it or selling it, and selling it in a relatively small volume, which most people who are doing it are. You know, no one's going and printing 500 Iron Mans and then, you know, fucking those on eBay.
Most people, it's usually 10 or less, but if you want to do a bunch, contact them and say, hey, how about if for every one I do in addition to, I give you X amount of dollars, you know, just something you got to work out with them. But everybody's willing to work with you because they know what you could do otherwise. So
sure, there were a couple small pieces I downloaded, and I'll contact the owner and say, hey, can I sell these? And many times, oh, sure, you can go ahead and sell it.
Yeah.
Simple, you know, simple parts. They don't care.
David Pencil, Altered Proxy's wondering what you're printing.
I'm printing PET-G right now on both the machines, and that is a funnel for a reloader that I sell, a Hornady reloader.
Nice.
And that's all PET-G. That's at 0.4 millimeter layer height, and with cooling, so it prints the overhang super nice. And you know, Jerry, you were talking about your overhangs. You've got a pet spang. You should turn your overhangs off up to 70 degrees. You'd be surprised how nicely it'll print with the cooling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I find with PET-G, if you print the inner walls first and then print outwards, you can print it at a fair steep angle because the inner walls actually are 2 or 3 walls in, and you don't have to worry about it. And then as you lay down the next one, they actually stick to the inner wall. So you actually get away with steeper overhangs if you start from the inside out.
Yeah, but they start sagging if you don't have cooling.
Yeah, but they do. But I'm just saying, if you print from the inside out, the inner walls you're not too worried about because there's plenty of support because it's sitting on an existing wall. But the outer wall, as they move outwards and you print the outer walls stick to the inner walls as you put them down. So there's less chance of them sagging, but they do stick better. So you can actually get away with more overhangs. And with PET-G, I would never go over 30% cooling anyway if I'm ever using it.
Yeah, I go up to 60%.
For me, that's high.
But my cooling mod is set up to be able to. It puts the cooling exactly where it needs to be. Yeah. This is the one that just came off. This is PET-G. That's the one you saw on the other printer on the CR10. That's 4 millimeter. That's 0.4 millimeter layer height. And that's all PET-G.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the same settings, and then what I'll do on the outside is I always print the outside at like 35%, and the outside I'll print at or the inside at 60% speed.
Yeah, I always do the outer wall at half the inner wall speed, the normal speed, because that way then they lay it down nice and smooth. Yeah.
This is 0.4, and then this is the part that I just made, and that fits right in there.
Nice. That's for grain loads, yeah?
Yes. But I had PET-G is so unforgiving, and that's why it was hard for me to give up S3D and go to Idea Maker, because my profiles were so dialed in. But then I started working with Idea Maker, and I noticed how much better it negotiated mechanical parts.
Yeah.
And so I just said, I'm gonna play with it till now. I don't know, last time I talked to Dixon, that was less than a week ago. I probably have 50 prints since then, and have dialed in both machines. And I don't have a problem with going directly from one machine to the other, and I'm sold. I'm happier than hell.
The one thing I really like about Idea Maker is that it's got built-in. Nobody else has this yet. Built-in IDEX support. You tick a box, and it knows it's ZYLTECH.
Yeah, and it does that repair. It does the repair too. I like that. If there's something wrong, it repairs it.
It does a good
automatic.
repair. Now, Cura does a repair too, but Idea Maker on mechanical parts does a better repair job.
Yeah.
Well, see, Simplify claims it repairs things, but I've never seen it work. It's there's a repair thing in it.
Well, as we've already beaten up Simplify 3D. I think they need to repair their production process first and their dev process before they can say anything else. Because
they haven't got a dev process. That's the point.
Yeah, there is
I grabbed my Cura settings, man, and I threw them right into Idea Maker, and they worked great. And I always had a gauge that I printed, and you can see this is 0.4. So when you're doing threads and things like that, I mean, look how thin that is, and it spins. So then I know exactly what I got to do my parts if they have to move or slide in, like that part you showed, Dave. Well, I know it's the difference of 0.4.
So everything I design, I always put a 0.2 because I know that for one, my printer can do 0.2 just, but everyone else's printers that is dialed in can generally do 0.2. If I make it any bigger, there's too much slack. So I always want things to have a really nice press fit. If not, then you can lightly sand it. It's better to have more than to have less, unless you've got to put something like epoxy glue in it, where I'll do 0.4 to 0.6. So it's got quite a bigger distance in it because the epoxy is obviously going to fill that anyway.
No, the one you saw was a 0.2. And that is actually, I've got these really dialed in. So at 0.2, it's really, I don't know if you can, at 0.2, it still slides in just a little bit loose. And that's
exactly what mine are set at.
So, yeah, Tum Dev. It's a combination of the two. So, when it's a well-tuned machine more than slicer, fundamentally, there's only so much you can do mechanically to tune a machine. Certainly with things like the Sidewinder, make sure your eccentric nuts are tight, make sure your belts are right, make sure you've not got any, make sure your frame's square and everything else. But once you've done that, that's kind of it, really. I mean, you can do upgrades, obviously, and you can, you can make the machine better.
I don't know. I've been printing 3 years now. I will not. I designed this dual Z. I designed this dual Z for this flash, and then I designed a dual Z on my ender.
But that's modifying the machine. That's not tuning the machine, is it? Really, that's you can modify any machine you want. You could say that if you've got an ender 3, much like Jerry's done, you've extended the Z, you've probably put a dual Z onto that, bearing in mind how high up it's gone and everything. You can modify the machine, but that's not tuning the machine, really, is it? Tuning the machine
you're right.
Is sort of mechanically
the machine doesn't get tuned. The extruder gets tuned.
Yeah, and then to get your machine dialed in, I've always found that there's way more involved in slicer settings than there ever would be in. And again, that's not to say that there's not a mechanical element. As you say, you can add a dual Z, you can change your brackets, you can change the kinematics of the machine, you can change your tool head out and all of that sort of stuff. But when you're tuning a machine in, to me, that's slicer settings more than anything else, because they can make and break a machine. They can make a terrible machine passable.
Anything small like an Ender 3, I would never put a dual Z on it unless you have a direct drive head that's going to cause sag, because I don't think it's necessary. I've never had a sag issue on an Ender 3, regardless how tall it is. But unless you have a lot of weight, like I say, direct drive. But a lot of people do it just because other people do it, and it's like, well, I can do more work, I can order more stuff, I can do more mods. That's
I have 2 original CR10s that I level maybe 3 times a year, and they're pumping out parts, and they don't have a dual Z. They work awesome.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I agree. Some of these machines will work fine, but that is a lot of weight at the end of a 300 millimeter arm to get exact Z height every time.
Yeah, well, on a like a CR10 or 300 by 300 or 12-inch bed, yeah, you do need dual Z, definitely.
Yeah, but what Dum Dum just last said, I don't agree with that. You can have a mechanically fine-tuned machine, and if your slicing settings are wrong, your print will be crap. You could be over extruding, you could be under extruding, you could be the wrong temperature.
Oh, big time.
You
Yeah.
have 50 different things that could be wrong in your slicer settings because you could be laying down filament. You can, in your slicer, your nozzle can only lay X amount, right, of filament, but you can tune your slicer to slow down your extrusion a small bit to lay down a slightly thinner line.
You
So
could take,
you can do A, B, and C.
Yep.
You could do X, Y, and Z using the slicer settings.
You could actually cheat with a slicer to a machine that's not tuned in.
Yes.
So
To
when
some
we get
extent.
these three dimensions, I get all sides that look like glass, like the bottom does on my mirrors. Well, it's tuned in because the machine's tuned in and the software. Many people, I sent them my Cura settings, and they must have had the machine tuned in because they took my settings and they send me an email back saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe this! I threw your settings in, turned this on, and this thing is just printing beautiful." So they had to have, they probably had it leveled and everything, but they didn't have the right settings.
It comes down to the fact that you can, with the right settings, you can almost compensate for bad kinematics and bad mechanics.
Yes.
Not necessarily bad mechanics,
yes,
but not perfect. But you cannot mechanically change the fact that your slicer settings are wrong. You know, you can't. It doesn't matter how tight you do everything and how well.
It's a balance between the two. You have to try and tune your mechanics, and once they're done, then you can perfect the printing quality by tuning your slicer settings because you have so many more options there to tune than you do mechanically.
Yes,
and I get what you're saying about the difference between Cura versus S3D, but because G code is G code, ultimately the machine is just powered by G code. But it comes down to usability and ease of use of a UI. If Cura makes it easy for you to get to those great settings, and Idea Maker makes it easy for you to, run the supports in the right way, or it changes the way your supports go. For example, Cura can give you tree supports, which is absolutely something that Simplified can't do, which blows my mind, but whatever. And that will save you a lot of filament, but it can also produce better results. You can get better and stronger infills with Cura than you can with Simplify 3D. Simplify is very restrictive in that sense, whereas Cura gives stuff.
You can also you can specify the direction of your infill in Cura, which Simplified 3D cannot do. It only does infill in one direction.
You can change the mechanics of your print in things like Cura and Idea Maker in ways that you can't with Simplify. Not because the G code is different necessarily, but because you can change the way that part is actually going to print overall. For like gyroid infills and all the different stuff you can do with that, and you can just do things in those that you just can't do in Simplify because it's not had the sort of the investment in the dev and everything else to actually produce. And
there's more and more. It's going to the point now that some slicers that haven't been updating are so far behind that to get to come up to par with what's out there free is a struggle and a half for the developers because they didn't maintain it. They started out being leaders, and then they set back in their laurels because they were making money out of this. And then everyone else ran ahead of them, and they were saying, like, we have to totally tear down and start from scratch to try and reach what they're doing out there. And right now it's out for free.
It has a lot to do with how they wrote their software, their code, because that 15.4, I can get so much better prints than the new Cura. I mean, you can see the difference. There's something about the new Cura that's not the same. It's that the algorithms are not the same.
The only problem I have with that is the things that we want slicers to do because we're on the high end of 3D printing, all of us.
Yeah.
The things we want the slicers to do makes it very confusing for the guys that just start.
That's why you
Right.
do basic or the advanced feature. You do
Right.
the basic feature, you select what you want and hit go, right? And you tweak a few settings. Whereas you do the advanced feature, that's where we live, because I know, like, if I'm getting a new material, and I'm building a profile for it, I'll probably make 20 or 30 different feature adjustments inside my slicer to get it to print the way I wanted to print, right? Whereas most other people who are not going to delve into it, like I've gone in and edited, I've actually written G code in some cases, right? But there's stuff that a lot of people out there will never ever do, and they never need to know it. But there's people like us who are happy to go in and, like, I've done some G code for CNC machines, wrote the G code for the CNC, right?
Sure.
Because normal slicers a lot of times don't always give you perfectly smooth surfaces. You can go in and modify the G code to give a nice. There's some G codes for curvature, and you can actually go in and modify the G code.
Hey guys,
for curvature.
tomorrow I have to pick a screenshot for this video instead of the one that says the Hangout one that I normally post. Everybody give me a thumbs up because I'm going to.
Well, he's picking a screenshot, so everybody pick their nose.
Everybody give me a thumbs up.
Come on, Dave, stick your finger in front of the camera.
Dave, give me a finger.
Not the middle one.
Dave.
Anyway, that's good. That's good. Thank you. I'll find that in the video and I'll use that for the screenshot. So
You said you're gonna pick a screenshot.
Hey, watch everybody. Why don't they got the thumbs up?
So Kieran's point is very important, though. It's a steep learning curve to get all the settings right.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
It is.
Now it is, but when you're dealing with Cura and when you're dealing with Prusa Slicer, and even simplifying things like that, you got a lot of people using it, and a lot of those people are a lot smarter, certainly than I am, and have been using it a lot more than I have. Some of those people, you understand how to write G code and things like that. There is a support structure there for you to be able to tap into. And the second you start using Flash Print, proprietary software that is locked down to only people with Flash forges, that prints in a proprietary format, and so on and so forth, you reduce your ability to tap into the knowledge base that exists for that machine and exists for that slicer, which means you're limiting your ability to learn and expand, other than just sitting there and going through trial and error and figuring out where stuff is by pressing it and going, oh, that
usability is a huge thing. It's like years ago, I had to write piles of G code. Well, guess what? Now they got conversational for CNCs and that, where you just fill in the blanks. It's like me when I had to start out. You got to write commands, or now you got VCarve Pro and you just fill in the blanks, what size sheet you got and whatever. And it writes the G code behind the scenes. That's the difference for newbies. They want that. That's why the iPhone became so popular when it first came out. You tap on these icons versus typing in a command.
And to be fair, so I've got an Ender 3 and I've got one of the longer LK4 Pros. When people ask me what printer they should get as their first machine, invariably you do end up recommending the Ender 3 because there's 1,001 different ways to break an Ender 3, and they've all been done and they've all been documented, and I've done probably 50% of them.
Yeah, you recommend the Ender 3 or the Slovol SVO1, which is basically like an Ender 3, right? And then you point them to Chuck Hallebuck's stream and say, if you want to know how to do anything on the Ender 3, talk with Chuck, film in Friday, he's done it all.
Yeah. But it's that community and being able to tap into that knowledge base that matters. And when you're a new person to the hobby, all right, you can go out and buy a Raise 3D if you wanted to and spend the sort of $5-6 grand on it. But you sort of go, okay, so now that I've got this very expensive machine, there's like a few thousand people that are using it, most of whom are in professional settings, so they're not interested in onboarding a new user. They're not interested in sort of helping people out in that way, and you're reliant on Rage 3D driven communities, which can be hard to engage with because they are technical. It's a technical machine. It's doing technical things, and it's why a lot of people recommend the Ender 3, not because it's the best printer you can buy for the money, because it isn't really. You know, you can buy the longer, and to me, my longer prints way better than my Ender 3 does.
Which longer do you have the MK4?
The LK4 Pro.
Basically
an Ender 3. Basically an Ender 3 V2, but it actually has a touchscreen rather than what looks like a touchscreen with a turny dial for no reason.
I did a review for the LK1, and I'm telling you, I can list a few issues that they have. They have no bed insulation whatsoever.
Right.
They have their cooling fan is questionable at best. I hate their cabling system, even though they're like the old Creality and the CR series with the airplane cables.
Yeah.
They're okay, but I don't like the way that was strapped. They've no support on the Z, or no support on the Y-axis, the heating bed and connector. So there's nothing there to support it.
Mm-hmm.
I like their touchscreen. I'll repeat that.
The thing is all of those issues are also present in an Ender 3. I think it is a shame that they didn't necessarily take the design and
Ender
actually
3 is insulated.
The Ender 3 is.
Years ago, I went down to Lowe's and I bought a roll of foam and a roll of foil tape, and on both my CR10s, like TH3D had a video on it when I first got into printing. I just foamed the bottom and then I taped the bottom. Since then, I haven't done it on none of my Ender 3s, but back then I did on a few.
Just
the Ender 3 bed doesn't come with insulation on the bottom of it.
No.
Well, the newer versions do, I think.
The V2 might.
Yeah, the
V2
might. But I think if you just get cork tiles and then use the foil tape to hold it on, is all you have to do.
Yeah. As I say, I mean, again, I'm not knocking the Ender 3. It's fine. You know, it's an entry-level machine, and it should be treated as such. It's not a Ultimaker. You know, it's not. So don't.
Or a Maker Forge.
Yeah, or a Maker Forge, or any of that stuff. So
actually, we have a program here.
And to be fair, for a lot of people, the Ender 3 is very important because it is the machine that, at a relatively low price point, gets them into a hobby that if they were to go out and buy an Ultimaker and not get the results they want, they would get sick of, think the whole hobby was useless, and it breaks, and it's actually good to sit down and figure out why.
I got a call.
Joel Kelling has had some pretty extensive printers on his show, and right out of the box, he's had headache after headache.
Yeah. Yeah,
he always does.
In Michigan, they've actually started a process here that small companies want to get who's either into or want to get into 3D printing. They're supplying them with Maker Forge printers. I know it's pricey, right? Because they want them to print stuff for production. So if the state asks them, say, we'll give you these machines for free, they have a grant for it. We'll give you these machines for free. It's only within Michigan. I think it's only in Oakland County where I live. But they give you the machine, and it comes with and when the machine comes with a whole sample of materials from Maker Forge. You have to use their materials, and what they do is they give you the machine, and if they come to you and say we need PPE created, you prioritize them. But if you want to do anything else, you're free to do so. And then they're advertising that these machines are out there. So a company could actually go through this online system, request parts. They send you get the order, you make it, you ship the part to them, and then they pay, and you get paid for doing it. So they're giving you a free machine, and you have to keep the machine operating. You have to commit to being in their system for PPE manufacture for up to 3 years. And after that, the machine is yours, free and clear.
So it's shapeways with a government backdoor.
And these are $3,000. These are $3,000 or $4,000 machines.
Oh yeah. Mark Forge machines are not cheap. No,
and
they were trialing, or they were talking when the PPE crisis hit. They were talking about doing a similar thing in the UK, but they were talking about doing raised 3D machines.
Yeah.
And they were going to do the same. It was literally that you get a grant. That grant pays for the machine and a set amount of materials. During the COVID crisis, that machine has to prioritize PPE printing. Yeah. And then after that, it's yours to print as you please.
Wow, I should have got a grant a long time ago.
I don't mean to interrupt, but has anybody figured out how to get the original Raise 3D? See how it's making the purge line.
In the front.
If anybody figured out how to turn the purge line original Raise 3D off.
In
Just
what?
go to that. Just go to that G code and take that out of it.
I did
in the start.
It wasn't 1001. It wasn't what Lamo said.
You should be able to do that. I'm sure they got that in the firmware, but you should also it should bypass whatever you write for your start in your G code. That's what I did because I have
You're watching it do the G code that I wrote. That's the ABL G code.
You want that leveling every time, huh?
Well, I don't have to have it every time.
It only takes a second. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't take. But my problem is, I just don't need that purge line at the beginning because it's going to now in this code. It will come over to the side and it'll create a purge. Let's see if
You're saying that's not in your start G code.
That is not in my start G code. That original purge line. That's part of Raise 3D, and everything I've seen about that said that you can't turn it off.
When you see the G code, take a Note++ and look at that file that you made for that, and look in the beginning to see what they're doing in the firmware.
It could be load from EEPROM.
Hey, David.
That's what's happening, I think.
David, do a screenshot of your G code and post it, and I'll show it on the screen or something.
I can't because I'm printing with it right now.
All right.
This is Pet G on that. This is the polycarbonate that I sent you, Jerry.
Okay.
And that's printing the first layer. I don't know if I can get it any closer.
My CR10 with a magnet, the one that was broke down, I put a original Crowley 8-bit board back in it. I got it working last night, but it was taking forever to heat up the bed. So I ordered a new MOSFET for it off Amazon. I'll get it tomorrow. Once I get that put in, it should heat properly, and then I can try out that build service you sent me, Dave.
Okay.
Or tomorrow or Tuesday it's coming.
Now you'll get a kick out of sequential print. Like if I was doing my machines were all running now last week and now they're down, but I would print that cone like that and I'd print two of them and do sequential print. That way you'll print one and then go to the back of your plate and print the second one and one at a time in case there's something funky going on. You don't lose, when you print a bunch at once.
Can you like S3D, can you turn them off then? So if one of the prints, if one of the sequential prints is damaged, can you turn that sequential print off as you're printing?
I'm not sure.
One of the profiles you can, or one of the slicers, I don't remember if it was S3D, but one of them they added that feature where if you're printing multiple things and something fails, you can go in and turn it off and it'll skip it. I don't remember.
It's in Cura.
I do it in Octoprint.
Maybe it's Octoprint I heard about. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Spaghetti Detective, though, isn't it? You're linking that to Spaghetti Detective, and then it's auto detecting, or you're seeing that it's broken, and then.
No, it like if I'm printing 15 of the same object, and I'm doing them, if I see one of the objects, if I see one of the objects has lost a layer, or it's not printing correctly, I can just go into Cura, I can go into Octoprint, and I can turn that off.
Yeah.
I can turn that part of the print off.
Yeah, I heard about another program had a paid feature where you pay so much a month and it like watches your print and it can kind of do that or something.
Spaghetti Detective does that. Was talking about.
Yeah, Spaghetti Detective does it on.
But it's not very good. I've tried it. I had made stuff fail on purpose, and it wasn't that good.
It's really the problem is it's AI driven by the world's stupidest AI. So it doesn't really understand what spaghetti. It sort of understands the rough concept of what spaghetti looks like, but a lot of people get a lot of false positives. So it doesn't.
Sorry, Jerry, I need to drop off. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Liam.
See you, Liam.
Take care, guys.
We'll look forward to seeing your next live stream.
Yeah, I'm always around.
Take care.
Bye.
Yeah, so Spaghetti Detective, it doesn't actually automatically stop anything. It just pings your phone so that you can remote dial in, view your webcam, and then say, "All right, yeah, that is," and stop it, or that isn't, and carry on. So it doesn't. It's not. It's not sort of true automation, really. So 3DQ are still in the process of building out their UI for this sort of automated print software, and they're hoping to add a webcam and add sort of again a similar thing, but they're trying to encourage the idea of, rather than doing multi-part printing, you just sequentially print, because it doesn't require any human interaction to start the next print. It just cools down, knocks the print off, starts the next print again. So you just queue them up in your UI, and it'll just go through and do them.
Yeah, I tried 3 different versions. The one with the robot taking my parts off, and then the sequential print, and then the one after the other. And I like the sequential print because otherwise I delay it, and then it has to cool down for like 3 minutes to bump the piece off, and then it starts again.
Yeah, so this is the 3DQ system. So it puts your ender on a 45-degree angle, and then you get their proprietary build surface, and then it goes onto a Raspberry Pi, which has got a proprietary print management software suite thing on it, and then you do it all that way. They've printed for 1,000 hours straight with 99% uptime, and that was just because they had a clogged nozzle. So their purpose is ultimately, rather than doing a 20 multi-part print, do a single print, and then when the print is finished, as the bed cools down. I thought it was a PIE surface they're using. It isn't. I don't know what it is, but once it gets to just below 30, it pretty much releases the part off the bed anyway. But then the tool head goes down to 0. And then does like a sweeping motion to knock whatever it is off the bed, and then it starts the next print and just goes until you run out.
How many prints have you done with that testing it? Quite a few.
So I've had about 10 to 15.
Have you had any of them not come loose or knock your head out of alignment because it hit it too hard?
No, I haven't had any of those. So I've got a BL Touch on my Ender 3, so it is probing before it starts everyone anyway.
Okay.
So I've done sort of a variety of calibration cubes, and I've done the sort of the little benchy boat thing, and I've done various layer heights as well. So I've done some where one part of the cue is 0.2, the next part is 0.16, the next point is 0.12. Mm-hmm. That seems to still work without an issue. They've actually said to me, you can't use any release agents or any adhesive agents on this bed. If you do, it wrecks the bed. So you can't use hairspray and you can't use anything else. I've also done some prints I've used.
What do you clean the bed with when you do clean it? IPA and a Microsoft or something?
No, just soapy water.
Okay.
So you're not allowed to use IPA on it either, because that wrecks. Again, something on it. They won't tell you what it is. Right. So I'm in the process of reviewing it at the moment. So I'm just waiting for them to do another update. They've got a file size limit at the moment of like 100 meg, which, because they've only been printing small things, hasn't been an issue for them. And I pointed out that, 100 meg is nothing if you wanted to do anything even of a remote complex size, which you can on the Ender. You can get to 200-300 meg files and fill the build volume. So they're working on doing that, and then I'll be doing a sort of a sequential print of a miniature or something like that, and I'll do actual models rather than just. It's all well and good printing calibration cubes, but it's pretty hard to sell those on Etsy. So
well, if they ever release that and it comes to production, and these stickers that are on the front of it to remind a person that has 10 or 15 printers, don't put this on there, don't wipe it with this, otherwise you'll forget and do it. And these have stickers that go on it that are right there in front of you.
Yeah, so it's a good point. They are technically in production at the moment, in so much as they are shipping them to people. They have got a few, 2 or 3 different YouTubers who are reviewing them as well, just to sort of, just try and get the word out. The concept is fine. The Raspberry Pi software it's just not quite there yet. It's not at a point where I would say, oh, anybody could pick this up and use it, and it's not I mean, even Octoprint is still obviously in active development and everything, but yeah, that needs a little bit of work still before I actually put a review out to say this is actually a really good thing. To be fair, I think they're pitching this at people who have a print farm ultimately, and they have sort of 5 or 10 enders, and they're all hooked up, and then they link them all to the single farm, and then that will it'll have multiple printers in your UI, so that as a printer becomes available, it just assigns the next print in your queue to the next available machine. So you could have 5 of them linked in the network, upload your files, and have 20 things queued, and then it will just, as a printer becomes available, it picks the next thing in the queue and starts that. So it's not wildly dissimilar from the way that a belt printer works. It's the idea of that those printer mills of removing the human interaction and downtime to be able to really push forwards. But a spring steel PIE belt. I think they have done that, haven't they? Haven't they done they've done a lot of different belt printers. They've done a lot of different build surfaces, and I'm sure they did like an aluminium one or something. Like it was coated in aluminium foil.
Have magnetic sections that you take off and pop it and lay it back in place, but that really wouldn't work, I don't think. They'd have to be too small to make the corner. But then if they drag off the edge, it wouldn't matter.
True, yeah.
Anybody in chat have any questions? We're running out of things to talk about. Or somebody else needs to drop in and keep the conversation going. I'd like to stream at least for another hour. Maybe 2.
Remember, every time you add all that technology, I engineered a lot of stuff in my life, and simple is always better. There's more things to go wrong when you have all of that, but, it's whatever a person likes to do.
Yeah. New features are just multiple new points of failure.
Yeah. I put 3 coats of hairspray on my mirrors, and I touch them up maybe every 30 prints in that spot, but I haven't washed those beds in 3 years, I would say.
Yeah, the Cowboys wasn't on here, so I guess it doesn't matter if I streamed or not. It wasn't televised here in Vegas, and I don't know if they won or not. The Raiders game earlier was pretty amazing. Or when was that? Was that earlier today or yesterday? I forget when the Raiders.
We got the Packers playing at 7.
Yeah, I think it was the Seahawks they were playing, or I'm not sure. But anyway.
I thought you were a 2-hour difference, but you're in Nevada. You're only 1 hour.
Yeah, it's 3:51 here right now.
I got almost 6 o'clock.
It's midnight.
Yeah, it's 9 minutes to midnight.
2 hours different.
Andrew's a vampire. He'll be up all night.
Yeah, actually, I probably will be.
I'll tell you what, guys. Sunlu filament, PETG filament sucks.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I got a special deal on some Sunlu, and so I bought a couple of rolls, and the second you turn on any cooling, there's just even if I raise the print temp by 10 degrees, it just automatically goes to transition temp and doesn't adhere.
I've tested Sunlu PETG, their PLA, their resin, their filament dryer box, and their curing station. Now, the UV curing station works great. Yes, I got it free, but it works great, and that's my go-to little machine. The resin prints great, and I keep buying the resin. It's got a good price. I have no problem. They have a problem with the cap being cracked on a bunch of them that they shipped out, but they're working on that on future batches for Amazon. Their PLA prints okay. Their PETG, well, here's what I'll say. In my video, I didn't say I liked it or disliked it. I just showed the results on failed prints, and I said, you guys decide. So personally, I don't really care for their PETG. On what happened with me personally on a couple machines, I had trouble with it. I didn't really care for it because typically PETG I don't have problems with. And most of my PETG comes from ZYLTECH or ZYLTECH, whichever way you want to say it. But But most of the products are fine.
You have to be careful. Once you get something that works and you're doing production parts, I stick with that and I don't test and I try to look for deals. I'm getting a pretty good deal with. I've been printing for years with ZYLTECH, and with results I hate to try and change. I might experiment on a different printer with something, but I got to stay with what works.
3D
Jerry,
great.
Jerry, I got I won a roll of filament on Jerry's stream, and so ZYLTECH sent me a roll, and I really liked it. So I bought 4 rolls from him. So that little freebie got him a little bit of business. So
I've got a 15% discount code. Anybody wants to buy, use my link on ZYLTECH. You say 15%, and I get a small kickback.
I used it.
Yeah. Every week, every Thursday, I post my links on Facebook, my Facebook group, and on Twitter. I post TH3D, ZYLTECH, buy me a coffee, I think, and then whatever else. I always post them every week.
So Daniel, I've used the Polybox edition too. It's super overpriced for what it is, to be honest. I just use a food dehydrator. I'm lucky, really. I don't live in a particularly humid environment, so humidity in regular filament in my PLAs and my PETGs and things like that, it's not really a big issue for me. But I have a food dehydrator that I use that I think was like 20 quid off of Amazon. I'm not paying 70 quid for the Polybox. I'm really lucky because I live near 3D Filoprint, which is a UK-based filament provider. They have a ridiculous amount of different filaments. It's like going a kid in a candy store. But they've got the Polybox, and I went in and I could use it, and it's fine. So it doesn't get the same as all the other ones do, really. It's just just like twice as expensive.
I'm going to load some filament here, so you guys.
That's the one thing on my Sidewinder that drives me insane. When my filament sensor goes off, it pauses my printer, and then it disengages my X motor. So as I'm changing filament, I have to be super, super careful not to move my extruder slightly to the left or right. Otherwise, it ruins a print. It's really annoying.
You're not doing a direct extruder?
Yeah, it's direct drive.
Well, Raymond Remakes, which is, I believe, Raymond Emsley, don't you use Spool 3D because you work there? Isn't that why you primarily use it? Because you get a good discount, probably. And he's in Canada, so I'm not in Canada. I have tried a couple rolls of their filament that Richard from the First Layer sent me like 2 years ago. The roll of red from Spool 3D was an orange in color. It wasn't red. I guess it was just a bad batch, but it printed fine. I had no problems with its print the way it printed.
I bought 3D's King runes, and the only modifications I did was I put an auto shut off on them. But I'll tell you what, I started doing a bunch of parts, and their filament run out worked perfect right out of the box. That it doesn't even leave a little nipple on the part or nothing. I test ran all 3 of them, and the filament, I'd put a short piece in there, and the filament sensor would go off. I'd thread in a new piece, and I'm telling you, it worked awesome.
Oh, we lost Dave. We're dropping like flies here. If anybody would like to drop in and hang out and chat with us, here's the link right here. You're welcome to join in, talk about your hobbies or what you got going on.
So I use a lot of Azure filament. The problem is it's kind of expensive, and the filament's really pretty. It's one of those like glittery filaments.
Mm-hmm.
And if all you want is if you're not going to paint your model, then fine, okay, it looks good. But I paint almost everything, so it's just not really. I just don't really use it as much as I could. So for most stuff, I just use eSun. It's cheap. It gets relatively decent results.
I've never tried eSun. I've heard a lot of people talk about it. I've tried their resin, but I've never tried their filament yet. And I've tried a lot of filaments over the last 4 years.
I use a lot of filament. Don't get me wrong. I use Proofament and I use a lot of filamentum and things like that. But it's rare that I'm printing a part that I know I'm not going to have to do any processing on. So it's like, well, I may as well, print with eSun, get pretty good results at a pretty fair price because it's cheap. And then, if I already know that I'm doing post-processing, adding another half hour to an hour to my sanding ritual is not really the end of the world.
With my budget, I usually stay between 15 and 20 bucks. I never go over. But when I do reviews for a company, they usually send me better stuff that costs more money, and then I review it, and then I print what I want for my reviews.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to love you and leave you all.
Well, I thank you very much, Andrew, for coming in. I hope you have a great new year, and we'll see you again soon on live streams.
That you shall. I'm always going to be about. You know me.
Have a good one.
Right.
Take care.
Thank you.
Take care. Hey, TK, if you have time, why don't you drop in? I know it's like 1 o'clock in the morning, TK, where you're at. Or I think he's over there with James somewhere.
Yeah, I think he's up north. So so it's midnight for him as well. So Jerry, have you got any projects in the works at the moment, or are you just trying to focus on clearing out what you've got?
Well, I've been playing with my K40 laser a lot. I've done a bunch of Christmas stuff, and I'm learning how to do things on the K40. I've got my Ghostbuster project, which I have to get painted. I have a lot of paint work to do. Everything is printed on it. I started painting the body, which is 3 foot long, last week, so I have to start working on that. Let's see. I'm printing a Star Wars helmet, the Mandalorian helmet from Nico Industries, which on the inside has all kinds of electronics, or what looks like electronics. That'll be a belated Christmas gift. And then I've got this new printer here, the CR10 Max, which I'm really happier than hell to have. And it's going to take a ton of work to get it up and running, but it's huge. I love it. It'll be a great upgrade to my other 2 CR10s. So,
did you find that deal on eBay or?
No, a friend of mine here in town messaged me, and matter of fact, I did a 10-minute video the other day I put out where I dropped into his house and I talked to him, and I'm showing off some of the cool stuff he's been working on. Well, this printer was in the video, but in the video I didn't talk about, but that's why I went there. I was buying it. I made the video look like I just randomly came up and knocked on a door and walked in on him. Hey, what are you doing?
You 3D print?
Yeah, and I taped it on my cell phone. But yeah, I staged it basically. I said, hey, while I'm here, why don't I make a video? I drove clear across town, so we filmed the video. So that's cool when you might like watching it.
That was a good deal. Good deal on that.
There's a place here in town called Counting Cars, and he works for that company. They're over on, I think it's the History Channel. And he does all their he does all the buffing and waxing and all their vehicles that makes them shine like a mirror. That's what he does for them. And I went by his house, and he's having needed a little bit extra money, and he's having trouble with his printer. So I gave him $300 for it. He wanted 5, but I got it for 3. But the electronics are basically a basket case, and I've got to rebuild a lot of it. But I got a lot of the parts. The X rail that goes to the pretty little fancy ends on it. And the hot end that came with it was like a CR10S, I think it is. And the extruder, he took all that and put on his S5. And he took the one off the S5 and put on here, which is fine. I'll just, be something fun to work on. I'll get it going.
Yeah.
So it can be more videos. Every time I go anywhere or do anything, I think about making videos and content. How can I make that a video? Or I'll take a picture like, hey, I can throw it up on Facebook or social media. So I'm always looking to take pictures or videos to post, try to get more people excited about the hobby. And here's Mr. Petzel dropping back in. Hey, Dave.
I don't know what happened, dude. That's the first time I've had a Windows 10 computer have the blue screen of death.
Oh, wow. That hasn't happened in years. Yeah. What I hated the updates. I wake up in the morning, I come back out here to check Octoprint, and my computer rebooted. Like, what the hell? I had that turned off. So shit happens.
So you can see I reloaded my filament. Now this is a ZYLTECH, and I'm doing a 3-up print of that blue one that you saw. And that there again, this is on that polycarbonate on the spring steel. And this is PET G.
Hey, Tyler, how you doing? If you got time, Tyler, why don't you drop in and chit-chat right after Christmas, before the new year? We'd love to have you. And you can stick around for at least 5 minutes. That'd be cool. Or, longer if you want. It doesn't matter.
What do you guys think of this Tronzi?
XS5.
Yeah, this is the Pro, and I click on it a couple times, look at it, and then now all of a sudden they're going to give me $40 off. They keep, if you look at it enough, it'll automatically start trying to talk you into it. But I know an Ender 5 would be the cat's meow, and I'd have that running in no time. But I thought just for something to play around with, the Pro they said is pretty good as far as the brackets.
Terrible. It's one of the worst designed Core XYs I've ever seen.
That's what I've been seeing on some of the reviews. I guess they changed the plates to metal, so they wouldn't fly off the rollers.
I'm thinking about building a rail core.
Oh, I really want a rail core.
Yeah,
rail core. I gotta look that up.
Yeah. So the rail core 2. So on most of my machines, I don't bother with auto bed leveling. I've got it on this Ender here, and obviously I've got it on the Prusa, but that's it. I really don't fuss with it other than that. Mainly because you're not solving the problem, you're solving the symptom. The problem is your bed isn't level, or your bed is warped, or whatever. You're building a mesh to compensate for that issue. When you've got a rail core 2, it's got 3 Z-axis, and it probes the bed, and then it physically levels the bed, and then reprobes it until you have no variance. So it's sort of a Rick and Morty thing of it's true level. So it can print at like 200 millimeters a second, and no ringing, no artifacts, nothing. It's built like a tank. It's got like a duet main board in it, and a couple of daughter boards in it as well to run everything off of. It's a fantastic machine. Reminds me a bit of the 3D Gents, which is another wildly over-engineered machine for what it is. But the Railcore 2 it's expensive for what it is, to be fair. It's like a $2,000 machine. But yeah, I really want to build one. I really want to build one.
James, what do you do in the real world for a living, can I ask?
I'm a project manager for banks. So I'm boring for a living, basically.
And because of the lockdown, are you working at home or you're not working?
I'm not working. So I was working for the Bank of China for a while, and I did a bit of work for Santander and things like that. But with COVID hitting, all the type of projects that I do are all on hold. So I'm not working at the moment, which is giving me a bit more time to focus on the channel. So we've gone from I think we started at 90 people at the beginning of the year. We're up to about 650 now. So we've only really been focusing on the channel and actually delivering any meaningful content this year. Yeah, I've seen the Voron. It's good. It's just small. That's all. If it's the one I'm thinking of. Is it the one I'm thinking of? I think it is, yeah. Oh, yeah, you can do bigger print volumes. Yeah, it's nice. I like the kit. I like the Voron kit. It's good.
I hate the Core XYs, but I like what they did with the Ender 5. Just the shaft going across, make it simpler.
Core XYs.
What's that?
I love the Core XYs. I don't know why, but it's the same as I completely understand the impracticality of a Delta printer. I completely understand it. You're printing in a circle and I very rarely print circular things. But when a Delta printer is printing, I'm absolutely fixated. I don't know why. I'm completely transfixed by Delta printers. And I'm aware that for most of the stuff that I do, they're completely useless. So I don't have one, but I love them. And I'm a big fan of Core XYs.
Yeah, Daniel, your question about my Etsy store, if you're wondering why haven't I put more on there, I just need to get stuff off the shelf behind me, look it over, find prints that are worth selling, go take pictures and make the post. I just haven't done it. in about a week. I haven't posted nothing. I need to keep adding more stuff. Most of the stuff I have on there, other than my sticker, is expensive. Well, I got little spawn doohickeys that are emblems that I had Sanix design for me specifically. I can sell those all day long forever that are not painted. I may paint some of them, and I need to put more stuff on there. But most of my stuff that I printed and painted, none of it's very, very cheap. And, eventually I'll get some more sales. And hopefully today or tomorrow I'll start getting more posts on there. I just have to do it. Sorry, go ahead.
I the Corex. I mean, so deltas. So Auto Dropper just saying, deltas have their place, but they are in my opinion, at least, deltas are really they're for a specific purpose. And I don't think I think if you compare the build quality, certainly for mechanical stuff, I find that a regular Cartesian or a Core XY prints better, but you can't beat the circle that you'll be able to print on a Delta.
Yeah, I do all my lithos on a Delta, and I get them done fast, and they're perfect.
My ZYLTECH Core XY is a true Core XY. I bought it as a kit, and because I'm an affiliate for them, I save a huge amount of money on that kit. It still costs a lot of money, though, but I mean, it's real expensive. But yeah, but then when you get it as a kit, you have no instructions. You have to watch videos. You got to get on Thingiverse. You got to figure it out. And if you watch somebody's video and you watch your first video and you go try to recreate it, guess what? In the second video, he made changes he may or may not show you from the first video. So, but once you get it built, even though you build printers all day long or put these other kits together, building it from scratch is different because you know where the parts go. You just don't know in what order they go in. But once you get one built, the next time you build one, it'll be easy because you understand why it has to go the way it does. So if that makes any sense.
So Tyler is right, though. The Ender 5 isn't technically a Core XY. So a Core XY is that to achieve a single axis of motion, both your X and Y motors have to move to achieve a linear field of motion, because the belts they go like round in a certain way. Although the Ender 5 looks like a Core XY,
here's mine up here.
Yeah. So the Ender 5 is actually closer to a Cartesian than it is to a Core XY.
We have a new guy dropping in. He's been on it before. It's TK from TK's 3D Prints. Hey TK, how you doing?
Hi everyone.
Hey.
Hey man.
Let's feature you. Tell everybody who you are and what you do. I'd appreciate it.
I run 3 Facebook groups for the Photon range and the Anycubic 3D printers, and it's just been hectic over Christmas. And I have a YouTube channel which I just basically put videos up for, like to help the users out, like, and stuff. Nothing much. Tend to get into doing some more painting and everything. Just don't get a chance to do it as much.
You're over in the UK, right?
Yeah.
You said you were Wales, weren't you? South Wales?
Yeah, North Wales. Oh no, not South Wales. Oh. That's like me saying you're from the north.
I feel like I am sometimes.
We need to get Llama in as well.
Come on, Llama.
Yeah, Llama's been on a few streams today, at least one that I know of. I don't know. I think he just gets burned out and tired of hanging out on camera. But if he wants to jump in, here's link, Llama.
We got snow coming down here. I'm hating it.
I wish it snowed in Vegas. They don't do that here. They don't do nothing. They don't do much or nothing here. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Not much right now.
Yeah, it's been snowing here in Wisconsin for the last 3 hours. It's a light snow, though. It's not very deep.
Where are you in Wisconsin?
Kimberly, right next to Appleton.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe 30 minutes away from Green Bay.
Well, you're not that far from me.
No, not really.
Yeah, I remember years ago it snowed here. I don't know, like 10 years ago, and I grabbed a snowball. I ran over to my neighbor's, knocked on the door. She opened it, I hit her with a snowball. She cussed me out. And she goes, "I'm from Michigan. What are you doing?" And really, it was funny because she moved to Vegas to get away from snow, and here I'm throwing a snowball at her. But
It's like James will get more snow in England than we do up here.
Here he is. Here's the myth, legend. Llama, how you doing?
I had to come just because TK's here. We haven't actually been on a stream together in probably a year.
Yeah, something like that.
We used to hang out on streams together like nightly.
Yeah.
Here you go. I'll put you guys side by side so you can chit chat and do a fist bump. There you go. There you go.
Anyway. Yeah, I'm all stuffed. I just had dinner. I'm full. Breaded, fried pork chops from New York.
So, Llama, I've been doing this to everybody. You want to tell everybody a little bit about yourself and what you do?
I'm a from Connecticut who likes to print.
Don't you design a lot of stuff you put up on Thingiverse?
Yeah, I do. Most people know my designs because I'm actually, even though I got a lot more designs I've designed, I'm more actually famous for hacking other people's stuff and making them silly.
Didn't Joe Telling feature you last week on his Friday thing? Yeah, you made those
Yeah, I sent him a bunch of crap. It's all garbage I had laying around. It's all stuff that was because I got like a box over here of stuff that I just throw prints in and be like, oh, I'm gonna do something with that someday. And I was going through it and sorting through it, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna send all this stuff to frickin' Joel, and he can either distribute it or keep it. Like the Pez's were supposed to go to Joe, because there's two of them that are Joe 3D printing noob, whatever he is now, make and break. I guess he is now.
Yeah, I have to type him up a letter and put $10 in it, 5 for donation and 5 for.
Yeah, I gave him a whole dollar.
So because we opened up that sticker, I didn't give him a donation or ask for stickers. I like to have a few of his stickers.
Yeah, I like his stickers.
What was that $25,000 giveaway? Did you guys watch that?
Yeah.
I talked to you, Jerry.
Yeah, 30 grand. That was crazy. Yeah, I seen your comment. I sat there on the edge of my seat trying to win something, and then Loyal Moses kept throwing up those gift card giveaways. And the last one, I copied, I pasted it. It said I used it, but I had too much film in my cart, and I didn't have any money. So I edited my cart to take it all out to cover the one roll, and then it was gone. It's like I lost it. And I was told that if somebody else checks out with the code before you do, you lose it. And I lost it.
I'm not into that kind of giveaway. I mean, it's all great and everything. I'm glad he does it, but it's just not for me. I'm not.
It was fun.
I'm gonna rush
Just
to
to
buy
watch
something
it.
just to get it for free,
You know,
just because
the
he's giving it
comments,
away.
the comments were going by in light speed.
Yeah.
Hey, Kit, how you doing?
That was not that it's his fault. I mean, he was trying to do everything, but that was a serious cluster.
Yeah, Google kept breaking down and this breaking down and that. I'm thinking, man, he's on the screen live. He's probably getting gray hair thinking, oh my God, this sucks.
He actually held it together pretty well. If it were me, after about 20 minutes of that, I would have been like, all right, I'm going to kill it, and we'll try this another night.
Yeah.
I would have not have kept trying to move it on. I would have just been like, you know what? It's not working. Let's try it another night.
So the guys that were helping him out, none of those guys were on site, correct?
No.
No, they were
Actually,
I don't even think he's got
Press
his
Reset
at
was.
the moment.
The dude doing the actual web work, Press Reset, he was there because he lives right down the street from Joel.
Well, I thought he lived in Michigan. He just comes out there to visit.
No, that's Sean.
Yeah, I thought Sean was in like Michigan.
No, Press Reset was there doing the website stuff.
Okay.
Sean and what's his name were doing the actual giveaway stuff. But the guy that was like flipping the cameras and who could see who, that's Press Reset. I don't know if you know who he is, but he used to live in New York and then he moved to Washington because I don't know, he had problems in New York or something and wanted to leave. Joel's like, hey, come to Washington, come work here.
He's a musician, I guess.
He wants to move back.
A musician, I guess. He had all the guitars on the wall.
Yeah, he used to be. He was actually big. I started seeing Press Reset because he was one of the first like 3D printer reviewers. But he's actually more into like music and video editing, and he's a real. If you want, he's kind of odd. You know, he's all into like the skateboards and but he's he acts like he's 16, but he's actually like 45.
Yeah,
he's one of those. Whatever. He's cool. I mean, he's a nice guy.
Well, I'm 56 and I act that way, but I don't hang out with the teenagers, obviously.
No, but he does hat sideways and
okay,
the whole pants around his ankles instead of around his waist, that kind of thing.
No, I think
whatever. Each their own.
Pants need to be pulled up. They shouldn't be.
I don't judge people by that immediately.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody does. When you see someone, you judge them. I don't care what it was. But he's a nice guy. I like him. I follow him on Twitter.
Them kind of guys, you can hit them in the back of the head, they fall down, they'll never catch you.
Yeah,
because the belt is around their legs.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, like he was big into the electric skateboards.
Yeah.
I remember when I first started watching him, he was doing 3D printer reviews. Like before even I got into 3D printing, and I've been in it 6-7 years now.
Guys that wear their pants.
He was doing it before even I was.
Guys that wear their pants down with their butt hanging out, wearing underwear like that. Wait till they go to
he's not.
Wait till they
not
go to
that
prison.
bad,
The first day they're in prison, they'll start pulling them up.
Yeah, he's not that bad. He's just that that class, that look.
Good one, Jerry.
But he broke his arm like 3 times on those stupid electric skateboards, and he keeps riding.
I used to have a kickboard like 10 years ago. I had a kickboard. The skateboard had a handle on it. It had a handle and a knob on the front. It was a kickboard, and you could really haul ass on it, but you could turn so sharp you could easily break something too, get thrown off of it.
Oh my God! They got
you break your arm the second time, you kind of deserve it.
There's a kid that rides them on the trails now. They got like big beefy tires, like real big ones, and they ride them on the mountain bike trails, like electric skateboards, which is illegal because you're not supposed to have a motorized anything on the mountain bike trails. But everyone's like, you know what? That's freaking cool. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can start a forest fire, probably start a fire.
Him and his buddy. This kid. One day I'm gonna have to film it. I don't go out on the trails much anymore, but one day I'm gonna have to film it because one of them goes out on an electric skateboard that's all like got these like they look like miniature tractor, the big trucks that drive over crap, big knobby tires. But another dude that rides with him rides a unicycle, and the two of them ride in the woods on trails. One of them on an electric skateboard, and the other one on a unicycle, and they like ride around together.
I'm not being funny. If I was followed anywhere by someone on a unicycle, I would assume they were taking the piss. I'd never think, he's just here on a unicycle. I think I'd be like, he's just doing this to take me out.
On the unicycle is amazing. He hops over like logs and trails and stumps, and he falls down the trail. He'll ride right alongside me on my mountain bike without a problem.
He's got to put a Briggs and Stratton motor on there.
Cranking down the hills, nothing.
I would push him over.
As
soon as he rode next to me, like, I want a unicycle. I'm like, no.
Yeah, I seen a mountain bike the other day going down the street. I don't know where I was going, but they had huge tires on it. They're really huge tires on this mountain bike. I've never seen nothing like that before.
Oh yeah, that's been a big thing now.
I got a fat tire electric. It's awesome.
The big tires were originally started for beach cruisers, but now they're on the trails because like I have a full suspension mountain bike because of my back and neck and everything. I've always had a full suspension, but a lot of them are getting the really big balloon tires, the fat tires they call them, because you don't need a suspension because the tire takes all the, you hit a stump or something, the tire takes all the hit. Fat bikes, yep.
Yeah, I go through the sand and the snow like crazy and deep grass. You'd never go through that, you'd be busting your butt trying to just bike through that without I got a nice 500-watt motor on it.
Yep.
Takes all the shit that you don't like about bikes and it makes it fun. Yep. And you're actually getting more exercise than you think because it all depends. It's pedal assist what you set it on.
Yeah. The fat bikes too, originally when they were coming out, we were like, oh my God, the tire's got to be so heavy. You're not going to be able to get the speed. You're not going to be able to ride as well. You're not going to be able to climb hills. The thing about them is you do get the speed, and sometimes you get more speed because they are so freaking heavy that once you get that centrifugal force going, they just keep going.
I get 21 miles out of mine, 21 miles per hour.
You get that thing going down a hill, and then you get it to go up in the next hill. Going up the next hill, everyone's like, "Oh, you're gonna work yourself?" No, because thing's got so much centrifugal force, it just goes right up it.
Hey, James, can you show pictures of War Rig again that you guys built? In case somebody came in late and they haven't seen it.
Hey, that's not one of your beds, is it? There, Pets Fangs.
I know it's been all over Twitter and Facebook.
Oh, is it? It doesn't. It looks like a regular like PEI because of the color of the light.
No.
Oh, he's got to crank up the camera. He must have it on a fancy tripod.
That's like the one I sent you.
Yeah. Cool. I gotta run it. I gotta get some PETG running just for the fun of it.
Okay, here we go, James. Go ahead and tell everybody about that if you would.
So, so that's the Mad Max War Rig. It's 7 feet long. It took way longer than I'm happy with. So all the wheels move. They're all 3D printed bearings in there. The steering rack moves, so you can move the steering wheel and the front wheels move. Other than that, it's entirely useless. Other than as a constant reminder of how much time I waste on various hobbies.
That is damn cool.
Yeah, that's nice.
Cool. It's so fucking ugly. It's awesome.
I got a delivery.
And then Mike just finished up. Bear me 1 second, and I'll share this one. Mike's just finished up his.
Which you can't share now because he disappeared.
I don't.
Oh crap!
Did you draw up that Mad Max, that unit?
No. So quite a few of the models we do are from Gambody. So various artists. It's like a really expensive version of Cult 3D. They do some awesome models, and to be fair, they're all error-free and everything else.
How much filament, James?
For the whole Mad Max?
Yeah.
About 18 kilos all in.
Wow. That's crazy.
I used to form a moon.
A lot of plastic.
But to be fair, there's a lot of supports and everything else. There's a lot of supports on a lot of that. So,
how many pieces?
Open the doors and there's all the interior and everything.
How many pieces?
How many pieces? So they 350-ish.
Wow. Crazy.
Yeah, that's a project.
Yeah.
That's one thing I hate about models. You slice and you go, oh my God, how many pieces?
Yeah. It's like about 3 weeks worth of printing.
Okay, so when is somebody going to try one of those models on the belt printers?
That's that Rust.
That's him just printing a full War Rig out.
And just print it all at once. Yeah.
Oh, is that the Rust kit, Jerry?
Yeah, I like the way it's called Joy.
Here's something I got to ask. Why do you have to buy a Rust kit? Like, we work all of our lives. My whole life, I've been fighting rust. If you want something to rust, you leave it outside in the rain for like a month. It's rusted.
True, but now you can take things like the War Rig and other models, and you can make them look like they have real rust and actually look like rust. It's not a rust wash. I've used rust wash, which is like a dye, and that's not the same thing as this. This will actually make it look like rust. James, I haven't used it, but I'm sure you have. You can explain it.
So we haven't used the Joy one, but we've used the Green Stuff World one. The Green Stuff World one, it's basically 3 stages. You sort of sprinkle a dust on, and then it makes it look like oxidized metal rather than just brown. Gives an effect rather than
it actually does, doesn't it? Isn't it like microscopic particles of metal that you're painting?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
If you try that,
you're physically covering it in a metal and then rusting that metal up.
Yeah.
Have you tried the liquid thrust from
So if I live back where Llama or one of you guys live that have snow, you just take a wire brush, go out to your car, and scrape the running board and get some glue, and you could glue that on the model.
Yep, pretty much.
Absolutely.
So we haven't. We've ordered some of the liquid frost. They've just sort of manufactured an old Warhammer technique of of creating crystals. But yeah, it's cool. And if you're not into mixing your own effects, like if you don't make like terrains for tabletop gaming and stuff like that, it's a fantastic quick way to do it. They've got one called Spider Serum as well, which is literally your airbrush, and it just it sprays a cobweb, and it's so organic looking, and that's the biggest problem you have whenever you're trying to paint stuff. Trying to get
I printed this out by Sanex a few years ago, and I see that another friend of mine online is doing one of these a lot bigger than this, Matthew Nicholas, and this would be perfect to rust, actually.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. That would be good.
And then I got that other big giant robot that goes with it. This is from Wolfenstein, the game. I have that other big one. I can't think of what it's called, but it's like a big robot.
Yeah. So the biggest issue whenever you're trying to do any of that is trying to make it look organic rather than painted. And then I've just got Jerry. I've just put up the tree beard.
Oh,
that's about 4 feet tall.
Wow.
Nice.
So yeah, so that has got like
that's oh nice.
Got little hobbits on it and stuff.
That's pretty nice.
That's
very nice.
Insane.
Excellent.
I'd run out of patience after about 6 inches of that thing.
Well, most of it's brown. Yeah, no, I got that. That was really the brown bit was easy. It was the everything else. Yeah. Just Buddy Christ sitting up in the corner as well.
Yeah. Buddy Christ, yep.
What'd you use for the beard?
So we just used there's you can go on and buy it's like almost basically twigs that you pay for instead. It's like a plastic thing that you buy for doing terrains and doing trees and things like that. We literally
I could just go out in the yard and collect those.
Yeah,
there is actually a guy who did a tree beard, and he just literally glued a big stick to the back to make it look like a tree. And to be fair, it looks exactly like a tree because it is.
I'll go out in the woods here and get some moss and stuff.
Yeah, and that's all it is. It's just like
clear coat it.
It's a couple
and
of
a few years later, his tree's gone. He had termites in it that ate up his model.
Yeah.
Got sawdust.
Yeah. We don't have termites in here. We got carpenter ants. They're just as bad.
All right. Oh God, I hate ants.
Carpenter
ants, spiders, cockroaches. I hate all those.
Once you get them, there's no getting rid of them.
And then we have flying rats here too. They're called pigeons.
Yeah, we have them pretty
I
bad.
got squirrels in my goddamn garage now, and that's pissing me off. I can't get them out.
Seagulls are the main things in the.
They crap everywhere, and they knock things over, and they make a mess of my garage.
I know one time I drove down to Texas and I seen a bunch of squirrels. Like, well, those are cool, but then they get in houses and they eat up the electrical and they fuck everything up too. So
we got a park right here, right? My front yard is a big park, and then there's a ball diamond on the left of that, and the geese are sitting in there every day. And I looked it up; they said they shit every 7 minutes.
Oh no!
I guess it works out because then in the spring. It works out because then in the spring when it rains, I guess it fertilizes the grass. So,
yeah, but geese poop is the nastiest.
Yeah,
it'll kill your lawn.
Everything has a purpose on the
lawn. There's a lot of acid in it. I don't know.
This time of year, our restaurant is right on the river. So the river at our restaurant is on a dam, and it's the only open water in the area that's not frozen. So right now we have 20 pairs of eagles outside of our restaurant. And when you're dining, you can just sit and watch the eagles fish and, fly around. It's just cool as all get up. And then thousands of geese and ducks. all that open water as well.
Yeah, here's a picture of too much stuff. I took this like a month ago. That's right behind me. That's like just too much stuff, and I have stuff in the spare room more, and that's where I'm.
How's your Etsy store going, Jerry?
It's not. It will someday. Someday I'll sell something. I'll just got to keep posting. Eventually I'll sell something. And here's my patio I enclosed. I put that wall up. And this is an old picture because right now I've got a laser sitting right above where that Ghostbuster car is. So I've done a bunch of rearranging. And here's my two
calendar. It's like that calendar. I don't think anyone saw that.
Oh, speaking of calendars, my sister gave me a gift card and this desk calendar here. Sports Illustrated. It's like a desk calendar.
Yeah.
On one side, and I can write down notes on the other side. So, anyway, let's see, where's it at? There it is. So,
yeah, if it's anything like 2020, you don't even need a planner.
Yeah. What am I going to do today? Sit on my ass at home and stay away from other people. Yay. Same thing I've done for the last 128 days.
Yeah, I've been retired for like 7 years now. And man, one thing about work that I miss is when you're at work, what do you do all day long? You're checking your phone or your watch, waiting to go home, or you're waiting for a break or lunchtime. When you're retired at home, it goes by that quick.
Yeah, we're doing everything and anything here in Wisconsin, and there's a lot of stuff open.
Yeah,
well, everybody has been on lockdown around the world. That's what it's like being retired. The days go by that fast. So
it's like England's lockdown's a lot easier than the Welsh one. We've been on lockdown near enough all the way through.
Yeah.
Whereas England
goes up and down.
Up and down.
Yep. And then you get like New Zealand and frickin' Australia that are pretty much open now. They don't even.
Yeah, but being a sparsely populated island means that social distancing
it's not really
easy because your nearest neighbour is a 3-hour drive.
Big cities, but they went into absolute complete lockdown. They paid everyone. Any business that couldn't be open got paid still, even if it was minimal. Everybody got a paycheck every week. And when it was all said and done, they're up and running again. Granted, they're in a locked island, and it's a smaller population, but they still have large cities. I mean, Sydney's a big freaking city. A lot of people in Sydney, Australia, and other places. New Zealand's got a couple of rather large cities. If people would do it and did it and abide by it, it would be over, but it wouldn't be a big deal anymore.
Yeah.
It's a virus, man. You're never going to get around it.
No, you're not going to get completely around it, but you can maintain it and control it and downsize its effects by doing what is necessary at the time. And here's the thing: their economy has fully recovered almost already.
They're an island. Nobody's coming in.
I went to pick up some Chinese food yesterday, and of course, we're not letting people in the shop. You can get the food at the door, give them your debit card. A guy walks out of the salon next door. He's wearing a mask on his chin. He has a goatee like I do, and he's up there talking to the guy. And it's like, what's the point in having that on your face if it ain't cover your nose and mouth?
Yeah, I just don't.
Everybody gets to dress up like a ninja or a doctor. It's fun, so just do it. It's simple.
Yeah.
My mask is kind of like black and it's got camo or something on it. People have different ones. So here we go. Here's a cool picture here.
That's my mask. It greatly encourages social distancing.
Yeah.
People don't really want to stand near you.
It's so funny that a year ago, if you'd have walked into a bank wearing that, they would have freaking, arrested you right then and there.
Yeah.
Now they arrest you if you're not wearing it.
It works out great. I go to the store. There's 3 women looking at gallons of milk, and I'm thinking, what is taking you a half hour? There's nothing to decide. So I cough a couple times, and all of a sudden they scatter.
Yeah.
You go to this isn't a joke, but it's like you go to buy potato chips. You go to Walmart, you walk down the chip aisle, and there's like 100,000 of them. It's like, why do you do this? It's like you go to a restaurant. David Petzel knows this. If you got too much on the menu, you're just wasting time. You don't know what to order. You're burning up time. The business can't roll people over. I mean, there's too much variety.
Yeah, Walmart don't care. They're just hoping you'll buy 20 different bags because you won't be able to decide on which one you want.
And then again, a lot of times when they run out, it's like, how many people are like the bread aisle? The whole aisle is full of bread. And then when this pandemic hit, they're out of everything. It's like, how many people can buy that many different types of bread or this much of this? It's just crazy.
What I don't get is why would they buy all the bread? What is so important about bread, man?
Yeah, the bread,
I like bread. I like my sandwich, but
I went to buy some dog shampoo one time a couple months ago, and they were out of dog shampoo. And the guy said, "Oh, the pandemic, people bought it." I said, "Who's going to buy up dog shampoo during the pandemic?" So I don't know.
They're buying bread because the biggest virus is the biggest virus is the television, and they watch it and they believe all that propaganda, and that's the virus.
Yeah.
That's what's wrong. They can't. You can't open up your restaurant, but you can have 50,000 people in Walmart. Give me a break.
Yeah.
We never locked down here in Iowa.
Well, we didn't either. We got restaurants are open here.
Yeah, I mean we're open, but nobody's coming out there
Everything needs to stay open, and people need to socially distance, and the businesses have to enforce it.
Right.
And there's so many people that have already filed bankruptcy, lost their jobs, lost their houses.
Yep, it's all a scam.
Everything just has to stay open and cut down how many people do what and keep them socially distanced.
Yeah,
this is our new normal.
There you go. You don't get around a sick person. Just don't get around any sick people.
Yeah.
The problem is, say you take one of the big
you don't
my desk is right next to four other guys right next to me got it, and I never got it. So
there we go. I'll fix the problem. There you go.
So just imagine. So take like one of the big stores. Like take I don't know, it's B&Q for us, but like one of your Walmarts, for example. Walmarts make their money on volume. That's what they make their money on. They make their money on the fact they can serve, say, hypothetically, 10,000 customers a day. So if you limit the amount of customers that can come in, and you say, right now you only have 5,000 customers a day, then one way or the other, they still have to make the same amount of money. In fact, they have to make more because of the way that their economics are, as they made when there was 10,000. Now, you're not going to pay double the price for all the stuff that's in the store.
That's right.
So if you say, well, you can reopen and business as usual, but you can only have half the amount of people, Walmart still goes under.
Yep.
It's still closed. It's still
Walmart goes
exactly. I know you're not saying Walmart necessarily goes under, but they have to restructure their pricing. They're saying
James, that's exactly us. That's exactly us. Our restaurant is a huge restaurant, and we require a lot of volume to make it, and our sales are down 70%. So I haven't gotten a paycheck since March, and I've actually paid out of my retirement to pay my help to keep them going. So I know exactly what you mean.
But the choices you've got are either find a way to bring up sales, which you can't because you're physically limited by the amount of people who are now allowed in your store, or raise your prices, which then affects everybody else anyway.
Yeah.
Just saying, oh, will you open, have business as usual, but limit the amount of people? It doesn't solve the economic problem.
Here's Dave's restaurant right here in Iowa.
Oh, you can't do that. Now I got to eat yet. No, you're really going to make me starve.
I just ate.
I make everybody hungry. But that's cool. It's right on the river. It's an old power plant. Tell us about it, Dave.
Yeah, well,
you go there.
We're kind of a destination. Well, right there, a destination spot. The restaurant's been open 42 years. We've owned it for 20, and we have huge parties, huge brunches, and that type of stuff. And we can't do any of that. We can't do any of that stuff. So we're exactly what James says. We're fighting it. We're having a hard time. If it wasn't for the fact that my wife and I have saved a lot of money, and now we're using that money to try to keep ourselves open till this blows over in the next few months. But if it takes more than 2 months, we're gonna have to close.
Yeah. It's basic economics. If you've got a bucket full of money and there's a hole in the bottom, you can keep pouring money in.
See, here's the thing. I got to answer this. Big Mike, here's the thing. You all have that thought. And here's what Australia and New Zealand did. You don't have to worry about providing for your family and your kids because you have a government. And that's the fucking government's job, is to help you provide in situations like that.
Where does the government get its money?
Because they think about themselves and their money too much.
Where does the government get its money?
Here's a paycheck every week. Stay the hell home.
Where does the government get its money?
The U.S. has the most money in the world, except for maybe China.
Well, that's why I don't want to get into. I don't want to get into politics, but that's why. Look at the bill they tried to pass. What a farce! What a farce!
And that's both sides. You can't even go Democratic or Republican.
They could have gave Dave all the money they gave to other countries. They could have gave Dave $1 million to hold him off for 6 months.
Yep. But
it's
anyways,
a scam.
Let's get off politics.
Yep.
Yeah, let's get off
politics. I get pissed
Where
off.
do you think the government gets its money?
Easy.
I've got 15 minutes left. Let's go back to 3D printing and hobby stuff.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right,
Anybody have any
guys.
questions about 3D printing hobby stuff for anybody here? Anybody here has anything you'd like to say? That'd be awesome. And James has a cool print. Let's check this out.
So this was one of the first big prints that we
Will you
did.
quit it, James? Will you just quit it?
That's awesome.
This is one of the first ones we did. This is Terran Battle Cruiser from StarCraft. It's 1.2 meters long by 1 meter wide. It took 32 kilos of filament to make.
Wow.
And I hated it from start to finish.
James, you suck.
Yeah, I did. I really hated making that. That was a real bother.
Do you have it hanging from your ceiling, or have you already sold it?
No. So I don't know if you can see. Let's see if I'll zoom in. But I actually had to. I had to fit eye bolts to the rear of it and to the front here,
Oh,
so that
okay.
I could fit like steel D rings, so I could hang it from the ceiling.
Okay.
And then I had to take it down. I had to take it down our 3D print shop because I've literally I've got nowhere here.
How many hours, James? How many hours in post processing?
Oh, so that's about 2,000.
Took longer to paint than print, I bet.
Surprisingly, no. It's just grey. So once you've done the grey, you just go with a smaller paintbrush and pick out some golds and some reds and some black. Like, it's surprisingly quick to paint it. Printing it was a lot worse, for sure. I don't think I've still got the video of it. No, I don't think I've still got the video of it. So the engine lights pulse. There's a little Arduino in there, and it does makes little sounds.
So James, do you do movie props and stuff?
I have done so, but I don't do it sort of professionally or anything. I just make stuff that I like. So that reminded me of
that is phenomenal.
So I've done. Oh yeah, that one was kind of cool. Hold on.
I think everyone needs to go out and play with this stuff. This was around and was popular back in the day, and then it kind of disappeared and got replaced.
What is it?
It's flexible PLA.
Oh.
It's not TPU. It's flexible PLA. I got a pretty heavy infill on this, so it's not that flexible, but it used to be a big deal back in the day before there was TPU. But it's flexible, and it's way easier to print than TPU. In a way, it's kind of stringy. Some people have problems with it, but most people that have problems with it have problems with TPU too, because it's very similar printing properties, if that makes sense.
Who knows about ASA?
I never with it.
Yeah, you need an enclosure.
Yeah.
It's got a high warp, just like ABS does. It's a fairly similar material to ABS, but it's mechanically stronger. You could try. There's a lot of new ABS-X and ASA-X, which is low warp and theoretically doesn't require you to have an enclosure. You can kind of get away with small parts. You'll probably want to put a brim on it or something like that. But anything of any real size, yeah, it'll warp if you don't have the
So what's up, dude?
I printed with PLA, ABS, PTG, and TPU, and that's it.
Yeah.
Hello, Zolan. How you doing?
And Sergio and a non-fam and all them people. I don't even know who. I wasn't really watching chat.
If anybody would like to pop in for the next 15 minutes or so, I don't know. I said 10 minutes, but if we get more people popping in, I'll keep streaming. And if we don't, then I won't.
All right, guys, I gotta go eat.
Well, thank you very much.
I've got to hit it too, guys.
Have a good one. Fun again.
Thank you very much. I'll see you in the next one.
All right.
My daughter's coming over for Christmas dinner, so I've got to go as well.
Well,
See you
thank
guys.
you very much. Take care, David.
Yeah.
Bye.
So anyway.
Hey, Zolan. How you doing?
I hurt.
I love the big groan before you said it.
You're not all better yet?
I've still got some lingering issues, but I tweaked my back because I decided since Walmart got me sick gave me COVID before Thanksgiving, I might as well be safe enough to go to Walmart, and had to go buy a bunch of fleece since we're expecting puppies soon. Shopping hurts. Dude, my back is killing me.
I hate shopping. Freaking hate
Like
going
beer.
stores. I mean, even before COVID, I never liked going shopping.
I was out of beer, so it was worth it.
Well, yeah. I'd have to say if I was out of rum, I might be going shopping.
Yep.
But even that I can mail order these days. You can mail order beer, dude.
Not here. Not here.
Why not?
Oklahoma, you are not allowed to ship alcohol in or out of state unless you are a distributor.
Really?
Yep, it is a law.
I know in Texas, my father-in-law used to have a small bistro, and any alcohol out of state, he knew somebody in California. He only had to use local distributors, and if anything, they would have to buy it and get it in. You'd have to buy from them only.
Yep. That's exactly how it is here in Oklahoma as well.
I feel like there was a really specific amount of things that happened that led to that law being passed.
Well, I did not buy a house in the county that's right next to mine because it was a dry county when we were looking at purchasing.
Yeah.
Jesus. Still.
Oh yeah.
Which means we wouldn't be able to homebrew. And I homebrew.
Yeah. A bunch of the islands here, they're dry. Like Nantucket Island, there's the 2 bars on the island. The rest of the island's dry. You're not allowed to even bring alcohol into the county.
When UK went into lockdown, wine shops were classed as essential shops.
Yeah, same here.
If they took away the alcohol, we'd break down as a society.
Yeah.
It's all that holds our thinly veiled manners in place.
Yep. Connecticut
just got a buzz on 99% of the time.
I didn't see that.
Sorry. That I did.
They closed the bars, and we started opening. They allowed package stores to stay open an hour later every night since COVID.
Good, James.
So this was a Jurassic. Everyone's seen the first Jurassic Park, obviously, and this is sort of the iconic scene where the raptors are just about to catch trying to find the boy in the
kitchen.
In the kitchen. So I liked all the little plates and stuff that you got down in that you got underneath, like all the pots and pans and things.
Wow.
Were they printed separately or printed as
Yeah, so the plates print as stacks, so it's a stack of plates rather than printing as individual plates. But yeah, everything on there prints separately.
That's pretty cool.
Not quite as cool as the spaceship, but one of the fun ones. We're just trying to find different stuff to do now. We've done so much Marvel and DC and things.
When they made that Raptor was a guy in a suit. That was just crazy. how they do that.
So they did the same with Alien, though, didn't they?
Yeah.
So the first Alien was just a guy in a suit, and it looked fantastic. And then they brought in CGI aliens, and they were terrible. they looked really awful. I think the other guy was just like a guy in a suit.
Yeah, I played video games in the past where they've had different monsters in there, like Alien, way back in the computer days, 20, 30, 20 years ago. And I've had things jump out and startle me in games. It's just crazy.
I remember on the Amstrad 464, they had an Alien, which was just basically a bird's eye view down of the spaceship. And you just heard turbo lifts opening and stuff. And then when the Alien just came on, it was just the Alien. It was just jumping at you. But it used to send you off the seat, you know what I mean? When it popped
yeah.
up.
It's like every Halloween you see it, the car ad that gets passed around, and you like watch the little Audi go down the mountain. You're like, oh, isn't this Audi cool? And all of a sudden, like, the scarecrow comes out again. Like,
there actually is a term for that. They call it a screamer. That's what they call those videos. My favorite one's actually and I think my favorite one might be the one that you're thinking of, which is for a German energy drink. Yeah, it's a car that goes along this mountain road, and then the car goes behind a tree and disappears. So you're sitting there staring, waiting for the car to show back up.
The one I saw was I'm pretty sure it was an Audi. It's just going down the mountain, and it's like looks like an Audi ad.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden this like scarecrow dude jumps up into the screen. You're like, whoa!
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a thing on Facebook that says "stare at this," and then all of a sudden something jumps out at you.
Yeah. Yep. Same thing.
Well, that really basic line game where you're playing it.
Yeah, and then the ring girl jumps out of you. Right, man. I'm going to have to call it a night.
Well, hey, thank you very much for coming in. I really appreciate it, James.
No worries, man.
Cool chatting with you and seeing all your nice prints. So I'll talk to you on Facebook, and you're always welcome whenever I do a live stream. Maybe we can get together and I can have you on as a special guest sometime.
Yeah,
Where
sure.
are you at?
Where are we at?
Yeah.
UK. Well, basically London.
Yep. So it's kind of late.
It's like 5 to 1 in the morning. Yeah. Yeah.
Go to bed.
Hey, you never say that to me.
Hey,
Llama.
Go to bed. Look at you.
Llama. We're Americans. We're not allowed to tell them what to do except for get off my lawn.
Get off my lawn and do this shot. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna go take a shower and probably crawl into bed already. It's only 8:00 at night.
We were starting to head that way, and then my wife said, I need to go take a bath. I was like, oh, that gives me 30 minutes. Hi, Jerry.
That's cool. Yeah, I've been streaming for going on 4 hours in 3 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and end it in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was like a big stream night because EduTech streaming,
Okay.
Monkey streaming, Fun King streaming. You keep coming on right when Fun King starts.
Yeah, I rarely know when I'm going to stream. It all depends what I got going on around the house. So sometimes I say, okay, I'm going to stream. I don't usually check to see who's doing what. And a lot of times they may not even be posted yet. So I do it when I can do it.
I usually come on and check if there's somebody else on that I'd rather just watch anyways. I'd watch theirs.
Yeah, I've even been playing some old metal figures.
Here, hold on, I'll get you on full screen.
Let's see if we can get it onto. Come on, Zoom. No.
Bring it into the camera so it'll see the face of the monster.
It's a Warhammer 40k thing. And it's
it is.
Focusing.
Nice.
It's pretty cool.
Oh, well.
Yeah, the first lady was streaming today. I forgot about them too. Everybody was streaming today.
Not me.
I was going to stream today, and then I didn't. Because Monkey was streaming. And I rebuilt the pumpkin while Monkey was streaming. And I did everything that I didn't want to do, and I didn't do the thing I wanted to do, which was replace the bed freaking belt. Never replaced the bed belt. Replaced just about everything else on the damn thing. Cleaned it all up. Every time I looked at something, it was covered in dirt and dust. I was like, man, no wonder why it ain't running right today.
Yeah, when I think about it, last night when I set up this stream, I think it was yesterday I set up the stream. I did look on YouTube and I didn't notice anything posted, so then I just scheduled it. So
Fun King does it 4 to 6 every Sunday.
Hey, Tim, you need to say 8 p.m. what time zone, because we don't always know what time zone you're in.
Everyone else's stream. Yeah, you are. You should actually join a couple now and again, Chris. Actually know what you look like.
yeah, Chris was here a long time ago, but it's pretty rare that he pops in.
Yeah, I do think I've seen him once or twice.
And if I get home in time after work tomorrow, since I have to go to the office,
not too
often. I might stream, but I don't know.
How far is your drive to work, Solon?
Hour and 10 minutes.
Oh wow, that's a long ways.
Yeah, that'll get you halfway across the UK.
Is it all highway or is it stoplights to get there?
71 miles one way.
Wow.
You only go like twice a month, though, right?
No, I used to go every day.
Oh.
Except Saturday, Sunday.
I thought you were more of a work at home kind of guy.
This year I've been a work at home.
Before the whole thing.
No. Before COVID, I rarely worked at home unless it was, there was something major going on that I didn't have time to commute. But I am currently looking for another job, so we'll see.
Yeah, my son's been out of work since all this started, and he's getting on with the Venetian Hotel, like the first week of January, doing IT work. So he finally landed another job.
Nice. I got a headhunter contacted me yesterday, about a job in Orlando, and it's mostly remote, but eventually they will want to relocate me.
Yeah, that happens. Most of the stuff, if you're into tech, my brother works for big tech companies his whole life, and some of them are in Texas, and they just twice a year they fly him to Texas. Other than that, he works from home.
Yeah, when I worked on BCS Ops, which is what Office 365 Enterprise became, I was 100% remote, and I only went into the office one day a year.
Yeah,
I miss that.
The only headhunters that search me up are the ones looking for my money or my head. That's about it for me.
Well,
a few come after me when I was working for the corporations. They were like, "Why are you working for them? Come work for us."
If I update my resume anywhere, my phone and my email start blowing up, which is nice, but at the same time, it's 90% contract work, and I can't do contract. I need to make sure I don't have a gap in my benefits.
Yeah. Yep. Benefits are a big plus. I wish I'd kept them all my life. I almost never had benefits. I almost always worked for myself. And it sucks.
Well, I'm going to get going, guys. It's been a little over 4 hours now. And I wish you guys could have dropped in sooner, Zolan and Llama. But
I literally just got done doing everything else I was doing. So.
All right. Well, maybe another time.
In a bit after I take a shower.
But I hope everybody has a great New Year's, has a great week, and I hope you feel better, Zolan. Your back pains go away.
Oh, they'll never go completely away, but thank you.
Well, TK, thank you very much for stopping in. I appreciate it. Thank you, Llama.
What was that? Is that your wife in the background?
Yeah, she's
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
She's saying something over here. Anyway, thank you very much, everybody. You guys take care.
Everyone.
You too.
Have a good
Later.
And that'll be another one, guys. It's been a little over 4 hours. I've been streaming on YouTube and Facebook in 2 different places. But thank you very much. Please like, subscribe, share the video. And if you'd like some cool discounts from ZYLTECH, TH3D, or a bunch of other people, they're down in the description below. So until I see you again on a live hangout or have a special guest on, thank you very much, and happy printing.